Chapter 439. 2 days later, in the Bisley Duchy, one of the 7 Grand Duchies, Grand Duke Embark was praying in the largest church of the Church of Light in his duchy. This church was the largest church in the Bisley Duchy. It had over 1,000 white priests and knights of the Church of Light. Numerous followers of the Church of Light were standing guard around the main hall of the Bisley Duchy, carefully protecting Embark's safety. As the Grand Duke of the Bisley Duchy, Embark had a lofty status. Originally a follower of the Church of Light, after he took charge of the Bisley Duchy, he vigorously advocated the Church of Light in the duchy, making the citizens and nobles of the duchy believe in the God of Light and offer their pious faith to the God of Light. As a Sky Knight himself, Embark's strength was extraordinary. The Church of Light also dispatched numerous experts to protect him, spreading the footprint of the Church of Light to every city in the Bisley Duchy, making the blessing of the God of Light more accepted by the citizens of the Bisley Duchy. Embark was originally a temple knight of the Church of Light, having a fanatical faith in the God of Light. Every few days, he would come to the largest church in the Bisley Duchy to pray. He would come to this sacred place to feel the existence of the God of Light, and obtain the divine power that he could personally feel. Facing a statue, Embark, who was piously worshipping, felt the divine power contained in his body slowly flowing. That divine power made him feel very comfortable. The fanatical faith in the God of Light made him feel as if he possessed inexhaustible power. All of a sudden, a strange sound suddenly fell into Embark's ears. Embark, who was attentively comprehending the divine power of the God of Light, could very keenly sense the approach of an evil power. He immediately frowned and stood up from where he was. He said to the Cardinal Catos of the Bisley Duchy in the distance, "What's going on? It seems like an evil power is approaching here." Catos was sent to the Bisley Duchy by the Church of Light to preach the mysteries of the Church of Light. Catos was the most pious follower of the Church of Light, and was himself a priest with extraordinary strength. However, he was most proficient in comprehending the doctrines of the Church of Light. Like Embark, he had a fanatical attachment to the God of Light. "That's right. I wonder what kind of heathen dares to come here and court death." Catos had also sensed that nearing evil aura. However, Catos understood how strict the church's defense was. Therefore, he didn't take that evil to heart at all. Instead, he calmly said to Embark, "That's true. Even the people of the Calamity Church wouldn't dare to invade my Bisley Duchy on a large scale. Ordinary heathens would be courting death if they dared to come here." Embark smiled faintly, agreeing with Cato's statement. "He, the church is very satisfied with our performance in the Bisley Duchy. The next time we return to the headquarters church, we will definitely be able to get closer to the God of Light, comprehend the vast existence of the God of Light, and obtain even more divine power," Catos said to Embark with a smile. Although Embark was the Grand Duke of the Bisley Duchy, his status in the Church of Light was even lower than Catos. Therefore, Catos didn't show too much respect to Embark, and was also very casual when talking to him. "That's right. As long as I think of the divine power filling my body, I will be very excited. Looks like we should work even harder. Sigh, it's a pity that the great heathen named Brian has been missing for a long time. Otherwise, if we could kill him, then our contribution would be enough for us to obtain even more divine power and holy water," Embark said to Catos with a hint of regret. Catos shook his head with a bitter smile, and said, "I think you'd better not let your imagination run wild. Even Lord Brown isn't a match for that guy. How can we deal with him? This contribution is not something that we can obtain." "That's not necessarily true. Lord Brown is indeed powerful, but he's only one person. Although our strength isn't as good as Lord Brown's, we have the Bisley Duchy in our hands. Sometimes, the strength of a sea of people is much greater than a sacred knight. I think if we really know the existence of that heathen, we might really have a chance," Embark said ambitiously. Bang bang. Violent sounds suddenly came from outside, like the rumbling of thunder. "Ah! Oh! Miserable howls suddenly came directly from outside the door. Accompanied by the incessant miserable howls, the boundary around the lobby couldn't stop trembling. Embark and Catos glanced at each other. Their faces were filled with astonishment at the same time. Both of them understood how many experts were present in the lobby outside, and also understood how strong and firm the boundary inside the lobby was. Listening to the miserable howls coming from beside their ears, and feeling the trembling of the light defensive boundary personally arranged by the light sacred Magus Bordeaux of the Church of Light, their hearts were filled with intense fear. Who the hell is it? This is a light elemental barrier personally set up by Lord Bordeaux. Who could possibly make it tremble like that? Cato said to Grand Duke Nahum Beige as his body swayed under the violent trembling. I don't know. Our people are being slaughtered. We need to save them. The invaders must be very terrifying. Nahum Beige replied. He took out the armor that he had taken off from his space ring, and began to put it on with a solemn expression. Bang! A crisp shattering sound suddenly came from the top of the tall lobby. It was like a glass cup being smashed on a rock. When Nahum Beige and Catos heard this clear and melodious sound, their hearts were suddenly filled with an intense fear. Nahum Beige, who was wearing a full set of knight armor, suddenly cried out in alarm in a low voice, "Oh my God, the defensive boundary deployed by Lord Bordeaux has been breached. What should we do? What should we do? The invaders must have strength similar to Lord Bordeaux. I'm afraid the two of us won't be able to deal with them." Catos turned pale with fright, and said to Nahum Beige with incomparable panic, "We can only evacuate temporarily." Nahum Beige was still rather calm. When he finished speaking, he stopped putting on the knight armor, and hurriedly walked towards a side door. When Catos saw Nahum Beige moving, he didn't hesitate in the slightest. He had long forgotten about rescuing the followers who had been brutally murdered outside the door. He hastily followed behind Nahum Beige, wanting to quickly leave this place through the side door of the lobby. Whoosh! A figure just happened to block that side door. He looked at the two with a face full of a cold smile. Who are you?" Nahum Beige abruptly halted his steps. He looked at the imposing Han Shoror and asked in a somewhat panicked manner. Nahum Beige had been in charge of the Bisley Duchy for many years. He had experienced many big and small battles. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have lost his composure like this when facing Han Shoror. However, when Han Shoror came over this time, the mournful and miserable howls didn't stop along the way. Even the boundary of the famous light sacred Magus Bordeaux of the Church of Light was broken. This had really shocked him a bit too much. That was why he lost his composure like that. His Brian. I've seen his picture. He's that big heretic. Behind Nahum Beige, the red-robed bishop of the Church of Light, Catos, suddenly pointed at Han Shoror and shrieked. That's right. Heh, I seem to have heard someone say that he wants to kill me to obtain divine power. This is really very interesting. Han Shoror sneered at Nahum Beige and said, "Where's Blount? As long as you tell me where Blount is, I'll let you die a little more comfortably. Men, kill this heathen for me." Nahum Beige suddenly shouted loudly. A bright long sword was suddenly pulled out by him. Silvery bright fighting aura shot out from the sword hilt like a waterfall. It even carried a divine power. Its imposing manner looked very astonishing. The corner of Han Shoror's mouth hooked into a trace of a cruel smile. He stared blankly at Nahum Beige's attack arriving in front of him. Only then did he unhurriedly throw out a punch. A berserk power burst out from the punch. A heavy pressure enveloped the entire area like a mountain. Even Catos, who was far away, felt depressed in his heart. He had a feeling of wanting to vomit. Boom! This punch of Han Shoror directly scattered Nahum Beige's fighting aura. The long sword bent into a bow shape and fell to the ground. The remaining power submerged into Nahum Beige's body. A series of crackling sounds came from within his body. Under this kind of sound, all the bones in Nahum Beige's body shattered, but his internal organs remained intact. "Speak, where's Sacred Knight Blount?" Han Shoror sneered as he arrived in front of Nahum Beige. He stepped on Nahum Beige's chest and asked in an indifferent tone. "Bah! Heretic, crack." Without waiting for Nahum Beige to finish his sentence, Han Shoror stomped down with his foot. His big foot directly pierced through Nahum Beige's chest, which was covered in silver armor. When Han Shoror pulled out his right foot, Nahum Beige's eyes had already turned white and he was dead. Chapter 440. When red-robed Bishop Catos of the Bisley Duchy saw Sky Rider Nahum Beige brutally killed by Han Shoror, the fear in his heart urged him to continuously retreat. After shooting a glance at Catos, Han Shoror's body moved at high speed. Before Catos could react, Han Shoror had already arrived in front of him. His big hand stretched out like lightning and grabbed Catos' neck, directly suspending Catos in midair. Cough, cough. Damn it. What are you trying to do? Catos' two hands tightly grabbed onto Han Shoror's big hand that was holding his neck. He kicked his legs and shouted with difficulty with a flushed face. "Where is Blount?" Han Shoror asked grimly as he held Catos' neck with one hand. I don't know, really." Catos' body was suspended in midair and twisted with all his might. Unfortunately, he couldn't break free from Han Shoror's tight grip. Heh. Do you think that I won't be able to do anything if you don't tell me? Han Shoror sneered. Soon after, his empty left hand suddenly pressed on Catos' head. As Catos let out a mournful scream, Han Shoror exerted force with his 5 fingers and forcibly inserted them into Catos' head. Han Shoror deployed the secret skill of the demonic sect, Great Soul-Searching Hand. 5 wisps of black smoke flowed into Han Shoror's meridians through the 5 fingers of Han Shoror's left hand. Then, through Han Shoror's consciousness, he obtained the preserved memories in Catos' mind. As the victim, red-robed Bishop Catos struggled madly while wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. It was as if he was enduring the most terrifying pain in the world. That kind of scream would make one's hair stand on end. Once the great soul-searching hand was used, it would indeed cause unbearable pain to the target's soul. During the soul-searching, Han Shoror's 5 fingers were constantly stirring up Catos' mind. This kind of piercing pain was not something that a normal person could endure. When Han Shoror used the secret technique to obtain the memories in Catos' mind, a divine force immediately circulated within his body and quickly converged on Catos' forehead in an attempt to resist the evil force that was destroying Catos' mind. Unfortunately, this divine force was too weak for Han Shoror. Before it could converge into a ball, it was directly dispersed by Han Shoror. Under the effect of the great soul-searching hand, the vitality in Catos' eyes disappeared bit by bit. After a while, his eyeballs rolled back and his miserable howls also disappeared. After his soul completely disappeared, there was no possibility of him being reborn. Pulling out the big hand that was stuck in Catos' head, Han Shoror took out a clean white handkerchief and wiped off the brain juice on his fingers. He also cleaned off the traces on his feet. Only then did he calmly walk out of the lobby. Outside the lobby was a ground full of corpses. The temple knights and light priests here were simply not on the same level as Han Shoror. Facing Han Shoror, the only path left was to be slaughtered. More members of the Church of Light scattered in all directions. A legion of the Bisley Duchy, which was stationed not far from here, received the news and hurried over. Han Shoror gazed into the distance. He knew that his trip to the Bisley Duchy this time could be considered to have reached its goal. Nahum Beige of the Bisley Duchy, one of the 7 Grand Duchess, had died. The largest church of the Church of Light had also been massacred. The position of the Church of Light in the Bisley Duchy would be faced with an unprecedented challenge. Regarding Nahum Beige, the Temple Knight of the Church of Light, Han Shoror had originally planned to use a mystical demon to possess and control him. However, Han Shoror later discovered that Nahum Beige, who had a divine aura in his body, had a completely different nature from Han Shoror's mystical demon. Only if Han Shoror completely purged the divine energy in Nahum Beige's body, would he be able to possess the mystical demon inside Nahum Beige's brain. However, without the divine energy in his body, Nahum Beige would be quickly discovered by the people of the Church of Light. Therefore, Han Shoror had no choice but to adopt a straightforward method to kill him. There were still some churches of the Church of Light in the Bisley Duchy. However, compared to this church, the other places seemed to be inferior. Han Shoror also didn't have a lot of time to purge all the churches of the Church of Light in the Bisley Duchy. Therefore, Han Shoror didn't stay in the Bisley Duchy. He directly used the art of the demonic ninth heavens to break through the sky and leave. From Catos' memories, Han Shoror obtained a lot of useful information. This Catos' position in the Church of Light wasn't weak. Regarding the distribution of some positions in the Church of Light, as well as some secret forces in the dark, Hanshaw understood a little bit from Cato's memories. The Church of Light was a huge religious organization. However, the armed forces of this religious organization were also very terrifying. Apart from a large number of light priests and the temple knights, the Church of Light also had 3 secret organizations, namely the Heresy Adjudication Office, the Divine Angel Corps, and the Grace of God's Followers. The Heresy Adjudication Office, the Divine Angel Corps, and the Grace of God's Followers were the secret forces of the Church of Light that no one knew about. These 3 organizations were filled with experts. Some of the Church of Light's secret operations were generally carried out by these 3 organizations. Compared to the Temple Knights that everyone knew about, these 3 secret organizations were even more terrifying. After Hanshaw learned about the true strength of the Church of Light, he finally understood why the Church of Light had such a strong influence on the entire continent. While he was apprehensive, Hanshaw's murderous intent surged. Hanshaw, whose strength had skyrocketed, no longer feared the Church of Light. These years of hatred, the Earth Elite zombies' injury, and the Church of Light's aggressiveness made Hanshaw understand that the hatred between him and the Church of Light couldn't be resolved. However, from Cato's memories, Hanshaw didn't obtain any concrete information about Blount. He only knew that after 2 years of recuperation in the headquarters of the Church of Light in Odin Empire, Blount had already recovered from his previous injuries. As for whether Blount, who had recovered, was still in the Church of Light in Odin Empire, Cato's didn't know. Hanshaw had a persistent desire to kill Blount. Unable to obtain any concrete information from Cato's, Hanshaw thought for a while and suddenly remembered the existence of the Calamity Church. With a thought, Hanshaw couldn't help but fly towards Boulet Duchy. Last time, when the 7 Grand Duchies tried to join forces to deal with Brettel City, Hanshaw had learned of the identity of Grand Duke Bert Zilli of Boulet Duchy. The meeting between this summoner and Grand Magus Necromancer Wolf let Hanshaw know that Bert Zilli came from the Calamity Church. Since Bert Zilli was an important member of the Calamity Church, he might know the whereabouts of Sacred Knight Blount. The Calamity Church and the Church of Light were mortal enemies. They must be very concerned about each other's movements. As a religious organization as large as the Church of Light, the Calamity Church was indeed a target that Hanshaw could make use of. Boulet Duchy, Grand Duke Bert Zilli's mansion. Hanshaw arrived under the cover of the night. In the underground of the Grand Duke's mansion under the curtain of night, Bert Zilli sat upright in the middle of an underground altar that was wreathed in thick green and black smoke. The sinister and frightening Bert Zilli was surrounded by the organs of many magical beasts. The entire wicked altar was filled with the organs of various high-level magical beasts, making the wicked altar look like a bizarre magical beast pieced together from all kinds of flesh. At the center of the altar, a diamond-shaped pattern made of blood overflowed with wisps of sinister and gloomy aura as Bert Zilli's hands pressed down on it. Terrifying howls that didn't sound human came from the center of the diamond-shaped pattern, giving off an intense feeling of palpitation. "Oh, baby, come out quickly." Bert Zilli's eyes were fixed on the diamond-shaped pattern in the center of the altar. He had a gentle smile on his face as he softly called out. From the diamond-shaped pattern in the center of the altar that was connected to the otherworld's Hell's Abyss, the terrifying howls became more and more urgent. The smile on Bert Zilli's face became more and more enchanting. His 2 hands that were pressing down on the diamond-shaped pattern kept pulling upwards, as if he was pulling an invisible thread to bring out some magical creature. A strange, oily green hand with 3 sharp fingernails, covered in a disgusting liquid, slowly stretched out from the diamond-shaped pattern. A gloomy, cold, and nauseating aura slowly spread out from the inside. "Ha, come out." Bert Zilli was somewhat excited. "Ayo!" A mournful, strange howl was heard. Suddenly, a strange, 5-meter-long creature with a body full of sticky green skin, covered in disgusting liquid, and 2 tails, like a monstrous lizard, scuttled out from the diamond-shaped pattern. This creature's body emitted a dense stench, and 2 sharp tusk-like horns grew out of its mouth. As soon as this magical creature scuttled out from the diamond-shaped pattern, it directly shot towards a shadow outside the altar. 4 strange, sharp, Javelin-like hands grabbed towards the shadow. A soft whir suddenly came from the shadow. A ruthless power suddenly condensed in midair. This magical creature that was flying at high speed suddenly seemed to be forcibly imprisoned by some kind of power. It strangely froze in midair while maintaining its sinister posture. "Who's there?" Bert Zilli was overwhelmed with shock. He immediately cried out in alarm, looking at the shadow that made the soft whir sound with some fear. Only Bert Zilli himself knew how secretive and well-guarded this secret place where he practiced summoning magical creatures was. The person who had soundlessly entered this secret place had obviously given him an enormous shock. What was even more frightening was that the high-ranked magical creature, Djaka, was directly frozen in midair, motionless. The high-ranked magical creature, Djaka, possessed the strength to kill a great swordmaster. Its strength was the most frightening when it was flying at high speed. However, such a powerful magical creature seemed to have no ability to resist in front of the person in the shadow. Bert Zilli simply didn't dare to imagine how frightening this person was. Chapter 441. Who are you? Bert Zilli opened his mouth once again. Bert Zilli's attention was unprecedentedly focused as he spoke. His pair of venomous eyes were focused on the shadows. His body was taut as he prepared himself not to attack, but to escape at any time. An expert who could easily freeze a high-level magical creature in the air and infiltrate his secret chamber without him noticing was absolutely not someone he could deal with. The reason Bert Zilli could survive so many years of battles until now was because of his precise judgment. A tall silhouette suddenly floated out from the shadow where the voice came from. Amidst the lush green and hazy lamplight, the newcomer arrived below where the high-level magical beast was imprisoned. He looked somewhat astonished at the high-level magical beast that he had frozen in the void, and smilingly asked Bert Zilli, "Did you summon this?" Bert Zilli vigilantly took another step back. He frowned as he sized up Han-Shor. It was unknown when an awl-like weapon appeared in his left hand. He gloomily said, "That's right. Who the hell are you? How did you get in here? What do you want?" Hihi, the Calamity Church is indeed a powerful organization full of talents. The strength of this otherworldly magical creature is extraordinary. For you to be able to summon it, it seems that you must have very high attainments in the art of summoning. Han-Shor didn't mind Bert Zilli's vigilance at all. He continued to speak smilingly. "Who the hell are you?" Bert Zilli questioned for the third time. Unable to guess the purpose of Han-Shor's visit, Bert Zilli was constantly pondering how he could safely leave this secret chamber. His eyes flickered as he glanced back and forth at the few exits that would allow him to quickly leave this place. "Don't be nervous, I don't mean you any harm. My name is Brian. Perhaps you have heard some things about me from Wolf. The reason I came to find you this time is to inquire about some things from you," Han-Shor said with a smile that was neither too fast nor too slow. "Brian? You are the city lord of Brettel City, Brian?" Bert Zilli suddenly exclaimed. He appeared to be very astonished. Nodding his head, Han-Shor did not explain further. He took out the skeletal staff and waved it at Bert Zilli from afar to prove his identity. Bert Zilli clearly heaved a sigh of relief. A cordial smile suddenly appeared on his sinister old face as he strode towards Han-Shor. He opened his mouth and said, "So you're one of us. Why didn't you say so earlier? You gave me a big fright." This Bert Zilli had a disgusting odor on his body. He was brimming with enthusiasm as he walked towards Han-Shor. This made Han-Shor feel a little awkward. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. He smiled and said, "You'd better recall your monster first. If it takes too long, he will be trapped to death." With a wave of his big hand, a strand of demonic light flew out from Han-Shor's palm. In the blink of an eye, it fell into the space where the high-rank magical creature, Djaka, was frozen in the air. After the strand of demonic light penetrated the body of the strange magical creature, Djaka, it suddenly flew away at high speed once again. "Come back!" Bert Zilli hastily shouted. He spat out a long string of incantations in rapid succession. The magical creature, Djaka, who was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at Han-Shor, suddenly stopped its javelin-like sharp hand, as though it was being pulled by a bizarre force. It let out a shrill howl of unwillingness and returned to the rhombus pattern at the center of the altar at lightning speed, disappearing without a trace. After recalling the high-rank magical creature, Djaka, Bert Zilli looked at the altar that reeked of a fishy stench. He forced a smile and said, "This place is not suitable for us to talk. Come, let's go up there." "That's fine." Han Shor agreed. After a while, Han Shor and Bert Zilli of the Calamity Church arrived at a luxurious hall in the Duke's mansion. There weren't any extra guards in the surroundings. Bert Zilli personally took out some fruits from the 7 Grand Duchies and placed them in front of Han Shor's table. "Wolf and I have been friends for many years. I also learned about you through Wolf. Hehe, we are all on the same side. You don't have to be so courteous. If there's anything you need, just say the word. As long as I can help, I definitely won't refuse," Bert Zilli said to Han Shor with a smile after serving some rare fruits to Han Shor. His attitude was very friendly. This time, Han Shor's sudden appearance and the method he used to imprison the magical creature, Djaka, had greatly shocked Bert Zilli. Originally, he had only heard Grand Magus Necromancer Wolf's description of Han Shor's strength. At that time, Bert Zilli thought that Wolf must have exaggerated. He believed that the young Han Shor absolutely couldn't reach the heights that Wolf had described. However, now that he had personally seen Han Shor, Bert Zilli realized that Wolf's description was indeed somewhat wrong. His description of Han Shor's strength was simply too conservative. A person who could easily imprison the high-rank magical creature, Djaka, in midair, his strength was frighteningly far beyond that of a great swordmaster or Grand Magus. It was precisely because of this that Bert Zilli's attitude towards Han Shor became very friendly. The smile on his face was even somewhat humble and fawning. If the other nobles of the Boulette Duchy were to see this, they would definitely not believe that the Bert Zilli at this moment was their always sinister and terrifying Grand Duke. Han Shor leisurely and contentedly picked up a bunch of fruits and put them into his mouth. He appeared very calm and unruffled. After eating a few bunches of grape-like blue fruits, Han Shor lightly coughed. He looked at Bert Zilli, who was sitting upright and still, and said with a smile, "The reason I've come to find you this time is because I want to know the whereabouts of Sacred Knight Blount. Perhaps you know of the grudge between me and this person. I don't want this person to continue living." Bert Zilli's eyes lit up as he confidently said, "I just happen to know the whereabouts of Sacred Knight Blount. Currently, he is in the Brut Merchant Alliance dealing with some shameful matters of the Church of Light. His exact location should be in Tariq City of the Brut Merchant Alliance. It seems that they are chasing after someone." Han Shor knew that the Calamity Church might be able to obtain news of Sacred Knight Blount, because only enemies would be most concerned about the whereabouts of a character like Blount. However, Han Shor didn't expect that Bert Zilli wouldn't inquire about Blount through the Calamity Church. It seemed that coming here this time was the right decision. "Thank you very much. I think I know what to do now." Han Shor stood up with a faint smile and slightly saluted Bert Zilli. It seemed that he intended to leave this place immediately. "Wait a moment." Seeing that Han Shor was about to leave without saying another word, Bert Zilli hastily spoke. When Han Shor looked at him in puzzlement, Bert Zilli immediately said in a straightforward manner, "Our duchy will be your friend. No matter when, our duchy will always stand on the side of Brettel City." "Thank you very much," Han Shor replied. He didn't express any opinion on this matter and walked outside by himself. When he reached the entrance, Han Shor suddenly remembered something. He stopped, turned around and said to Bert Zilli, "Oh, right. Grand Duke Nahum Beige and Cardinal Katos of Bisley Duchy have been killed by me. You can take advantage of this opportunity to make your move on Bisley Duchy." Really? You killed Nahum Beige?" Bert Zilli had a horrified look on his face as he shrieked at once. Han Shor nodded and didn't say anything else. His body disappeared into the darkness of the night. When Bert Zilli wanted to ask for more details, he suddenly discovered that Han Shor had already disappeared without a trace. Bert Zilli was pleasantly surprised and excited. He immediately began to gather all the nobles in the duchy and held a secret military conference in the middle of the night. They were going to make their move on Bisley Duchy that had lost its Grand Duke. After Han Shoror left Bert Zilli's Duke Mansion, he directly flew towards Brut Merchant Alliance. He fully deployed the art of the demonic ninth heavens, streaking across the sky like a meteor. The Brut Merchant Alliance and Brettel City were separated by 7 grand duchies. Han Shoror flew at full speed, covering thousands of miles a day. It only took him less than half a day to arrive at Tariq City in the southwest of the Brut Merchant Alliance. The dark mantle of Lancelot Empire could be found all over the various countries. There was also a dark mantle presence in Brut Merchant Alliance. After Han Shoror arrived at Tariq City in the southwest of Brut Merchant Alliance, he left a contact message for a dark mantle member at the center of the city. After waiting for half a day, a dark mantle member from Tariq City arrived. At the center of the prosperous Tariq City, Han Shoror followed this dark mantle member all the way to the secret headquarters. After entering through the back door of a mansion, the dark mantle member, who hadn't looked back, stopped at the back door of the mansion. With a calm face, he said to Han Shoror, "Please show me your identity medallion." Han Shoror took out his identity medallion and flashed it in front of the member. When the dark mantle member saw the 2 suns symbol on Han Shoror's identity medallion, he was immediately startled. His attitude immediately became incomparably respectful as he asked, "Please forgive this lowly one's poor eyesight. May I know which lord you are?" "I come from Brettel City," Han Shoror replied with a smile. You are Lord Brian?" The dark mantle member suddenly exclaimed softly. Then, he covered his mouth with one hand, for fear that his exclamation would startle someone. His eyes that looked at Han Shoror were filled with excitement and adoration. Nodding his head, Han Shoror said, "Bring me in. I want to find the person in charge here. Please come in, please come in. I will go inform his lordship to come over." The member hastily led Han Shoror inside. "Hey, it's you. Why are you here?" Suddenly, Cecilia, one of the 3 heavyweights of the dark mantle, cried out in surprise. She stood at the door of the inner room and looked at Han Shoror with a face full of disbelief. Chapter 442. After not seeing Cecilia for 3 years, the beautiful Cecilia had become more tranquil and calm, less unruly and arrogant. The only things that hadn't changed were her charming appearance and noble temperament. Han Shoror didn't dislike Cecilia as much as before. Since her grandfather Sabakas had personally set up the transportation matrix for Brettel City, in addition to the fact that Cecilia was no longer so sarcastic, Han Shoror didn't continue to ridicule Cecilia when facing her. "I have finished my training. I have some matters to attend to in Tariq City. I haven't seen you for a long time. Is your grandfather doing well?" Han Shoror still had some respect for space-sacred Magus Sabakas as he inquired of Cecilia. Upon hearing Han Shoror greet her grandfather, Cecilia faintly smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern. My grandfather is doing well." Looking around, Cecilia saw that Han Shoror hadn't brought anyone over and continued, "Let's talk inside." From Cecilia's attitude, Han Shoror could see that she no longer had prejudice against him like before. This was a good sign for Han Shoror. With his current strength and status, Han Shoror wouldn't even fear space-sacred Magus Sabakas, much less Cecilia, who had relied on Sabakas to become one of the 3 heavyweights. However, they were all members of Lancelot Empire's Dark Mantle. In addition, Sabakas had taken great care of Han Shoror. It would naturally be best if he could get along with Cecilia peacefully. Otherwise, if a huge dispute were to arise, it wouldn't be good for anyone. Therefore, seeing that Cecilia's attitude towards him had changed, Han Shoror relaxed. He happily followed behind Cecilia and entered the interior of the mansion. The moment he stepped in, the world spun around him. It was as if space had suddenly reversed and swayed. By the time Han Shoror came to his senses, he discovered that he and Cecilia were already in a courtyard with a small bridge and flowing water. Apart from Cecilia, there were a few unfamiliar Dark Mantle members in the courtyard. They seemed to be Cecilia's subordinates. They were all sitting on round stone stools and discussing something. "Let me introduce everyone. This is the Dark Mantle's 4th Dark Sun envoy, Lord Brian. You all must have heard of his name." The moment Cecilia entered, the faint smile on her face immediately vanished. She put on a serious expression and tone that a superior should have as she introduced the Dark Mantle members here. Before those Dark Mantle members came over to greet him, Hanshuro himself was taken aback. He asked Cecilia doubtfully, "When did I become the fourth Dark Sun envoy?" "During the civil strife in Osun City last year, you helped His Majesty the King to quell the rebellion, and also repelled 2 sacred grade experts. These merits allowed you to be promoted once again." "Oh, right, you disappeared for 3 years to cultivate, so I'm afraid you don't know about this. When you return to the Dark Mantle headquarters, you can change your identity medallion," Cecilia explained to Hanshuro in a serious manner. She didn't seem to be joking. Fourth Dark Sun envoy. In a powerful organization like the Dark Mantle, every promotion was extremely difficult. Hanshuro didn't expect that he would be able to climb to the position of fourth Dark Sun envoy so quickly. This also meant that in the entire Dark Mantle, only the 3 heavyweights could restrain him. Hanshuro understood in his heart that the reason he was able to become a fourth Dark Sun envoy so quickly was because of his merits during the last rebellion. But more importantly, it should be because of the friendly relationship between him and Lawrence, as well as the old astrologer Madame Grace's judgment of him. "So that's how it is," Hanshuro said with a smile. "Greetings, Lord." Under Cecilia's introduction, some of the Dark Mantle members present had faces full of flattery and envy. One by one, they saluted and paid their respects to Hanshuro. "All right, everyone, sit down." Cecilia waved her hand. After seeing those people take their seats one by one, she pointed to a seat beside her and said to Hanshuro, "Lord Brian, you sit here." Hanshuro didn't stand on ceremony. He knew that the Dark Mantle was an organization with a strict hierarchy. People of different ranks sat in different positions. In this Tariq City branch, Cecilia naturally held the highest position. Below her was Hanshuro, who was a fourth Dark Sun envoy. Naturally, Hanshuro's position was below Cecilia's. After Hanshuro sat down, Cecilia looked at Hanshuro with her bright eyes and suddenly asked, "Oh right, is there anything you need to ask about this branch?" Nodding his head, Hanshuro said, "I heard that Sacred Knight Blount of the Church of Light is currently in Tariq City. This time, I came to Tariq City for this person. If anyone knows where Blount is hiding, I hope you can tell me." As Hanshuro spoke, his eyes swept across everyone present. Naturally, a disdainful aura spread out from Hanshuro's gaze. Suddenly, all the Dark Mantle members present felt as if Hanshuro was the master of this place. As for Cecilia, one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle who was in charge of certain matters of the Empire, she seemed to have become Hanshuro's subordinate. This kind of feeling was very strange, but also very natural to them. Even Cecilia herself had a strange feeling. Hanshuro had simply sat there, and without any deliberate words or movements, he had naturally become the center of attention. This had nothing to do with his position or his rank in the Dark Mantle. "Reporting to my lord, I know that Sacred Knight Blount had appeared in Tariq City half a month ago. However, I don't know if he is still in Tariq City." A Dark Mantle member stood up from his round stool and respectfully replied to Hanshuro, "Thank you. Do you know why Blount has come to Tariq City?" Hanshuro asked with a smile. "I think I know." As the Dark Mantle member revealed a troubled expression, Cecilia turned her head to Hanshuro and said, "It should be related to my purpose of coming here." "Oh, what's the matter?" Hanshuro's brows tightened as he asked attentively. Outside of Tariq City, there is a canyon called Tarag. Tarag Canyon is similar to the dark forest of our Lancelot Empire. It is a strange place where magical beasts run amok. All along, Tarag Canyon has been a forbidden area of the Brut Merchant Alliance. Except for a few true experts, most people have never dared to venture deep into Tarag Canyon. About 3 months ago, some experts who had been training in Tarag Canyon were attacked by a group of powerful magical beasts. All of them were chased out of Tarag Canyon. As you know, most super-ranked magical beasts live alone. It is very rare for them to live in groups. It is said that the magical beasts that attacked the human experts were not of the same race. This attracted the attention of many forces. "I came here specifically to investigate," Cecilia explained to Hanshuro. Frowning, Han Shoror looked at Cecilia doubtfully and said, "What does this have to do with Blount? Could it be that Blount is also here to investigate?" "No. Blount and the followers of the Church of Light seem to be pursuing a person. This person should be the great heretic that the Church of Light has identified. Otherwise, Blount wouldn't have personally come. This person seemed to be aware of the peculiarities of Tarag Canyon. With nowhere else to run, he burrowed into Tarag Canyon, attempting to gamble on the peculiarities of Tarag Canyon, hoping that Blount and the rest would give up their pursuit of him. However, the Church of Light has always believed that they are the representatives of God in the world. Naturally, they don't care about the strangeness of Tarag Canyon. After discovering that the great heretic has entered Tarag Canyon, Blount and the others entered it half a month ago. There has been no news of him until now." Cecilia looked at Han Shoror and slowly explained. "So that's how it is." Han Shoror understood. Shortly after, he smiled at Cecilia and said, "Thank you for your information. All right, my business here is done. You can continue your discussion. I will make a trip to Tarag Canyon." "My lord, you must be careful. Tarag Canyon is very scary. We have lived in Tariq City for many years and know the mysteries of that place. Even the Thunder Sacred Magus Reynold Dealer of the Brut Merchant Alliance was trapped there for a long time. After Reynold Dealer found out about the abnormal behavior of the magical beasts in Tarag Canyon, he forbade some adventurers from entering Tarag Canyon. He should know how dangerous it is." The member of the Dark Mantle who previously reported the news of Sacred Knight Blount to Han Shoror hastily reminded Han Shoror, "Thank you for your reminder. I will be careful." Han Shoror smiled and expressed his thanks. However, in his heart, he didn't think much of it. Han Shoror, who was in the carnal realm, was confident that he could defeat any sacred rank expert. A breakthrough in demonic arts would multiply one's strength. If he were to face Sacred Knight Blount and Earth Sacred Magus Dempus again, Han Shoror had full confidence that he could kill both of them. Now, sacred rank experts were no longer a match for Han Shoror in the carnal realm. Even if it was a demigod existence like the ancient Lizard King, Han Shoror, whose confidence had swelled to an unprecedented level, dared to confront them head-on. Han Shoror didn't think that there were many existences in the profound continent that could harm him. Therefore, he didn't have the slightest bit of fear towards Tarag Canyon. "Brian, you want to go to Tarag Canyon?" Cecilia looked at Han Shoror and suddenly asked. Nodding his head, Han Shoror smiled and said, "Yes, I want to meet Blount. That guy injured my friend last time. I will not let him continue to live in this world." "Then, can you come with us to Tarag Canyon? We are also preparing to investigate the secrets of Tarag Canyon. We are all members of the Dark Mantle, and we are all contributing to the Lancelot Empire. If you come with us to Tarag Canyon, we will have a greater chance of success. In addition, we can also help you inquire about Sacred Knight Blount. What do you think?" Cecilia looked at Han Shoror expectantly, pleading for Han Shoror's approval. Han Shoror's unstoppable, crazy momentum in Ossen City had left a deep impression in Cecilia's heart. Although Han Shoror said that the reason for his sudden increase in strength was because he had borrowed other powers, that kind of terrifying strength made Cecilia feel that it was no more than a modest excuse from Han Shoror. After training for 3 years, he confidently declared that he would kill Sacred Knight Blount the moment he came out. Cecilia could imagine that Han Shoror's strength must have increased once again. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such strong confidence. If such an expert entered Tarag Canyon with them, Cecilia and the others would be greatly assured of their safety. However, Han Shoror's current status was directly proportional to his strength. Even His Majesty of the Lancelot Empire had to deliberately curry favor with him. If Cecilia wanted to trouble Han Shoror, she naturally had to use a pleading tone. She could no longer be as arrogant and bossy as before. Looking at Cecilia's pleading face and the expectant gazes of the Dark Mantle members, Han Shoror hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and said, "That's fine." With the existence of the mystical demons, Han Shoror didn't need the Dark Mantle's members to inquire about Tarag Canyon. To Han Shoror, these people weren't of much help. However, as they were all members of the Dark Mantle, and he had just obtained the information he needed, Han Shaw couldn't refuse them directly, and could only reluctantly agree. Thank you. We need to make some preparations. We will set off for Tarag Canyon tomorrow morning. If you're tired, I can bring you to rest first. Cecilia sincerely thanked Han Shaw. A faint smile hung on her usually stern and charming face. All right. Prepare a secret chamber for me. I'll rest for a while. Han Shaw readily agreed. After the enmity between him and Cecilia had been eliminated, the charming and moving Cecilia suddenly felt much more pleasing to the eye. Especially when he recalled Cecilia's overbearing manner in the past, and compared it to her current humble attitude, it gave Han Shaw a joyful sense of satisfaction. Come with me. Cecilia walked towards a flight of stone steps that led upwards. As soon as she stepped on it, he felt as though the world was spinning. When Han Shaw focused his gaze, he discovered that he was already inside a stone chamber. Have a good rest. I'll go make some preparations, Cecilia said with a smile. Her delicate body moved backwards and disappeared from the stone chamber. Within this dark mantle branch in Tariq City, Han Shaw made use of some wondrous spatial projection magic. Although he didn't understand it, he was able to directly break through the boundary with brute force. When he arrived at the stone room, Han Shaw used some rocks and wood that had been carved with strange symbols to set up a demonic formation in the shape of a ghost face. He then took out the skeletal staff from within the formation. As the incantation ended, Han Shaw closed his eyes. His soul shuttled through the layers of spatial tunnels and appeared in the desolate and deathly silent netherworld. The towering mountain of iron and stone pierced the highest peak of the boundless sky. The Earth Elite Zombie, Wood Elite Zombie, Fire Elite Zombie, Metal Elite Zombie, and Water Elite Zombie formed an arc. In the center of the 5 elite zombies, sand and pebbles flew everywhere. Earthy brown, wood green, fiery red, golden yellow, and aqua white, 5 different colors shot out in all directions. Waves of chaotic energy were released from the bodies of the 5 elite zombies. The earthy brown, fiery red, and golden yellow colors fused with each other in a bizarre manner. Every time the energies of the 3 colors fused and converged, a terrifying rumbling sound would be heard, fueling the chaotic energy in the center, causing the might of the penta-elemental undead formation to continuously rise. A series of explosions occurred from the center, causing the towering mountain to tremble uncontrollably. The energy of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth existed in any material plane. The 5 elite zombies that were born from the energy of the 5 elements could skillfully manipulate the energy of the 5 elements. The penta-elemental undead formation that they formed could fuse the energy of the 5 elements and superimpose the energy of the 5 elite zombies. Under the fusion of the energies, the chaotic energy in the center violently shot out in all directions. However, at present, only the energy of Earth Elite Zombie, Fire Elite Zombie, and Metal Elite Zombie could be fused together. As for the energy of Wood Elite Zombie and Water Elite Zombie, they could not be fused with the other 3 for the time being. Little Skull, who was riding on his bone demon, stood proudly in the void above the towering mountain. He looked at the drill of the penta-elemental undead formation below like a general inspecting his soldiers. He was constantly paying attention to the chaotic changes of the 5 energies. Occasionally, he would take action to suppress the energy that violently shot into the underground of the mountain to prevent the palace not far away from him from collapsing. The spiritual connection suddenly leapt into Little Skull's soul. His purple demon eye suddenly lit up and focused on a distorted area in the void in front of him. He watched as layers of wrinkles spread out in that area like ripples in water, and a powerful soul emerged from it. "Father, why are you here?" Little Skull was somewhat surprised. He asked Han Shaw, who had just arrived. "I'm here to see how they're doing." Han Shaw unfolded his consciousness and covered the 5 elite zombies who were still practicing the penta-elemental undead formation below, observing the changes of the chaotic energy in the center. Little Earth, Little Gold, and Little Fire can already fuse their energies. Only Little Water and Little Wood can't get the hang of it for the time being. "Father, are you here to tell them what they should do?" Little Skull explained to Han Shaw. "No, this penta-elemental undead formation has left a mark in the depths of their souls from the moment they were born. The energy of the 5 elements is their innate talent. I can't guide them either. They can only rely on their own comprehension and practice, replied Han Shao. After thinking for a moment, he focused his attention on Water Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie. Han Shao asked, the reason why the 2 of them haven't grasped it after so long, is it because they haven't evolved to a certain level? That should be the case. Among the 5 of them, Little Earth was the first to come out. Little Fire and Little Gold both had good things to use. Those 2 things seemed to be able to help them evolve faster. That's why the 3 of them were able to grasp the method of fusion so quickly. Little Water and Little Wood appeared later, but they didn't have anything that could help them evolve faster. That's why they haven't mastered how to use their innate talent. Little Skull said to Han Shao. Oh, right. Did you give them the Orb of Souls from the Tree of Souls last time to try it? How was it? It was all thanks to the effect of the Orb of Souls that they were able to break through the carnal realm. Han Shao couldn't help but ask Little Skull when he recalled that magical Tree of Souls. Of course, they all used one of the fruits of the Orb of Souls on the Tree of Souls. The Orb of Souls is very beneficial for increasing our intelligence. However, it takes a long time for the Tree of Souls to bear fruit. For the time being, we can't use the Orb of Souls to help Little Water and Little Wood to evolve faster. Little Skull was also somewhat helpless. He didn't know how to help Water Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie. It seems that I have to find a way to refine some medicinal pellets to try. This way, natural evolution will take a little too long. Han Shao thought for a moment and said to Little Skull. Father, even if the 3 of them fuse their powers, the power of this penta-elemental undead formation is still very terrifying. Even if it's a mighty bone dragon, I think it will be destroyed if it's trapped in it, Little Skull said. Yes, I know. When the 5 of them can fuse their powers, the power will be even more terrifying. In addition, the more powerful the 5 of them evolve, the more terrifying the power of this formation will be. I look forward to the more surprises they can bring me. Father, they won't let you down. All right, I'll take my leave first. Look after them, don't let anything happen to them. When you practice this formation, you must pay attention to one thing. You must not recklessly practice it. Got it? Seeing that Little Skull understood, Han Shao didn't continue to stay in the netherworld. He withdrew his soul and returned to the profound continent. After sensing for a while and seeing that it was still early, Han Shao continued to study the 3 boundaries of the cemetery of death. The boundary of fear, the boundary of weakness, and the boundary of aging. During this period of time, Han Shao had already grasped the rudiments of the boundary of weakness and gained some insights. It was precisely by relying on constant practice that Han Shao was able to make such rapid progress and reach extraordinary heights in both fields. Once one seriously delved into a difficult problem, the passage of time would always be much faster. Unknowingly, Han Shao sensed the formation he laid around him tremble. Shortly after, he was roused from his contemplation. Brian, we can set off now, Cecilia's voice suddenly sounded in Han Shao's ears. All right. Han Shao got up, put away the rocks and strange trees around him, and headed outside. Chapter 443. Tarag Canyon was a forbidden area in the Brut Merchant Alliance. Most people didn't dare to venture deep into that area. Just like the Dark Forest in Lancelot Empire, only a few adventurer parties dared to explore it. Due to the unusual behavior of the Tanai magical beasts in Tarag Canyon a few days ago, some adventurers were forced out of the area one by one. Coupled with the warning from the lightning sacred Magus Reynold dealer of the Brut Merchant Alliance, Tarag Canyon became an area that everyone avoided. A group of Dark Mantle subordinates under Cecilia, led by Cecilia and Han Shao, headed towards Tarag Canyon. There were no signs of human activity along the way, and the entire Tarag Canyon was strangely quiet. Compared to Lancelot Empire's Dark Forest, Tarag Canyon had many more uneven hills, as well as swamps all over the place. Recently, many powers have sent people to spy on the movements in Tarag Canyon. I don't know what's wrong with the magical beasts, but they've suddenly become aggressive. More and more people are either killed or driven out of Tarag Canyon, Cecilia complained with a frown as they walked. Beside Cecilia were 12 Dark Mantle subordinates who were directly under her command. No matter where Cecilia went, she would bring these 12 Dark Mantle members with her. Among them were magi, swordsmen, knights, thieves, and archers. They were a complete team. Cecilia's 12 subordinates were carefully selected from the Dark Mantle. Every one of them was very strong, and after years of cooperation, they were often able to bring out the full potential of the team at critical moments. Add to that the extraordinary strength of Han Shoror, this team was very luxurious no matter how one looked at it. "My lord, why haven't we seen anyone along the way?" the thief Takaru cautiously asked as he looked around. Along the way, Takaru had been constantly paying attention to his surroundings like a sensitive monkey, providing accurate information to the party. However, after venturing deep for half a day, they hadn't met a single adventurer party, nor had they seen anyone entering Tarag Canyon. This was very strange. According to the information gathered by the Dark Mantle, a group of adventurers had indeed entered Tarag Canyon recently. Logically speaking, they should have met several groups of adventurers. "I don't know. Perhaps they've gone deeper. It looks like we need to pick up the pace," Cecilia casually replied, her gaze intentionally or unintentionally glancing at Han Shoror who was lagging behind. Ever since they entered Tarag Canyon, Han Shoror had maintained his silence, only following closely behind them. He didn't speak a word, and would occasionally take out a thick magic tome to study, as if he was pondering some profound magical problem. He didn't seem to take this dangerous journey to Tarag Canyon to heart. That was indeed the case. When Cecilia woke Han Shoror up from his secret chamber, he was studying the mysteries of the boundary of weakness. He was troubled by some of the difficulties in the magic of the boundary of weakness. Therefore, he took out some books on magic from his space ring and diligently studied them. Rustle, rustle. The sound of a creature moving suddenly came from afar. The bandit Takaru's brows tightened. He leapt onto a large tree with lush foliage, swung a slender willow branch, and flew out to scout ahead. "It seems like magical beasts are approaching. We need to be careful. A large group of magical beasts is very difficult to deal with. Let's hope our luck isn't that bad," Cecilia instructed her subordinates beside her. She took out a magic staff specially used by priests. Han Shoror, who was pondering how the boundary of weakness could weaken his enemies both physically and mentally, heard the rustling sound approaching them. Without the need to disperse his mystical demons, Han Shoror's consciousness had already sensed nearly 100 magical beasts approaching them. These magical beasts were of varying levels, but most of them were rank 3 or 4. The strongest among them were only 3 rank 1 magical beasts. None of the super rank magical beasts that caught Han Shoror's attention, so Han Shoror couldn't be bothered to deal with them. "There are more than 100 magical beasts coming. Their target seems to be us." The thief, Takaru, swung the willow branch and left. He threw himself into the air and landed firmly in front of Cecilia with the help of the flexible branch. Then, he reported to Cecilia in a low voice. "Prepare for battle. These magical beasts shouldn't be too difficult to deal with," Cecilia decisively ordered. Soon after, the group set up a trap boundary. The archers, magi, and swordsmen all moved into action. They began to defend with this area as the center. The magi and archers were in the center, all taking out their weapons. In the center, Han Shoror frowned and put down the thick magic book in his hand. He smiled at Cecilia, who was instructing her subordinates to set up the defense, and asked, "Do you need help?" "Thank you, but not at the moment. We can handle it," Cecilia replied. It seemed that she was confident that she could handle this group of magical beasts. Nodding his head, Han Shoror didn't say anything else. He continued to study the magic book in his hand, trying to figure out the mysteries of setting up the boundary of weakness from the book Necromancy. Not only could the boundary of weakness weaken the bodies of creatures that entered it, but it also had the effect of paralyzing the soul. This boundary of weakness was created by combining 2 incantations. One targeted the enemy's physical body, and the other targeted the enemy's soul. However, in order to fully unleash this boundary of weakness, the boundary of weakness that targeted the physical body and the soul had to be well coordinated. Both were indispensable. Han Shao practiced for a long time, but he still couldn't get the hang of it. He couldn't perfectly combine the two incantations and form a true boundary of weakness. Through the book necromancy in his hand, Han Shao knew that the most crucial part of any living creature was the soul. Once the soul was hurt or attacked, it would directly affect the physical body. If the subconscious mind felt weak and powerless, the body would respond to the soul's feelings, and the physical body would become weak. From this explanation, Han Shao understood that the point of entry was still the weakness of the soul. Once the soul felt weak, it would certainly weaken the body. Han Shao faintly felt that he was on the right track, but he couldn't master it all at once. Therefore, he racked his brains, hoping that he would be able to comprehend it in a flash. While Han Shao was slowly comprehending, hundreds of magical beasts from Tarag Canyon swarmed over. These magical beasts seemed to have smelled the scent of humans. They roared madly, their eyes bloodshot, and attacked Cecilia and the others. "These magical beasts have really gone mad," Cecilia exclaimed in a low voice. She waved the magic staff in her hand, sprinkling silver specks of light onto the bodies of the 5 swordsmen at the forefront, casting supportive spells to strengthen their bodies and increase their strength. Sounds of chanting came from beside Cecilia. 3 archmages of fire, lightning, and water chanted spells in unison. Several fire serpents danced in the air, blinding bolts of lightning fell from the sky, and sharp icicles shot out like tree roots, all aimed at the charging horde of magical beasts. The raging waves of magic covered a large area, instantly killing and injuring the invading horde of magical beasts. Some of the lower-ranked magical beasts would immediately lose the ability to fight after being hit by a wave of magic. Only some of the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st-rank magical beasts, due to their sturdy bodies, could continue to charge madly under this wave of magic attacks. 2 archers calmly shot out arrows one after another. The arrows pierced through the vast sky, not missing their target. Whooshing sounds rang out as they cut off the lives of the magical beasts one after another. Under the 2-pronged attack of the archmages and archers, a third of the magical beasts fell for eternity before they could even approach this area. Some of the higher-ranked magical beasts closest to this area, such as the frost eagle, the medusa, and other magical beasts that could release magic and venom, also began to spit out icy breath and venom to attack this area. Cecilia continuously cast all kinds of supportive spells on the bodies of her companions. The 3 archmages used boundaries to block the incoming attacks, and the traps that they had set up beforehand were also released. In the midst of the thrilling battle, magical beasts fell one after another in pools of blood. It had to be said that Cecilia and the members of the Dark Mantle beside her had a tacit understanding of each other. In these 10 days of teamwork, most of the magical beasts had been killed by magic and archery before they could even approach this area. The 5 swordsmen stood firmly at the front, ready to intercept any enemies that dared to approach at any time. It seemed that this battle was indeed not a problem for Cecilia and the others. At this moment, Han Shao looked at the magical beasts that were still charging over without fear of death. He seemed to have suddenly understood something and hastily chanted an incantation. The dense element of death that was everywhere suddenly converged wildly, forming a ring-shaped boundary in the middle of the group of magical beasts. Suddenly, some of the higher-ranked magical beasts that were madly charging over strangely slowed down. It was as if they had collectively been hit by some kind of powerful anesthetic, their speed dropping by half. It actually worked. Han Shao was suddenly startled. He looked at the magical beasts that had slowed down within the weakening boundary and thought to himself, It actually worked. As soon as these words fell, Han Shao's consciousness suddenly sensed a powerful aura lurking over. He immediately furrowed his brows and secretly paid attention. Chapter 444. Cecilia and the rest were fully focused on dealing with the charging magical beasts. The rest of the magical beasts were all of a higher level. As they dashed over, they continuously spat out venom and released magic that they were born with. Cecilia and the rest had some difficulty defending against the magical beasts at first, but when Han Shao cast a boundary of weakness, the speed of the magical beasts abruptly decreased. As a result, Cecilia and the rest were suddenly able to relax. They hurriedly recharged their magic and took the opportunity to cast it out, enveloping the rest of the magical beasts in an abyss of suffering. A few meat shields who had been standing at the very front were loyally guarding this area. When they saw the demonic beast slowing down and entering their attack range, they casually took out a javelin and threw it out, impaling the demonic beasts that had been weakened both physically and spiritually by the enchantment of enfeeblement to death. "Thank you." Cecilia thanked Han Shor from afar. "You're welcome, it was no trouble at all." Han Shor replied with a smile. Even without Han Shor's boundary of weakness, Cecilia and the rest would have been able to kill this group of magical beasts. However, it wouldn't have been as easy as it was now. At the very least, the 5 swordsmen and knights at the front who had been acting as meat shields would have been injured by the magical beast's attacks. Oh, not a bad harvest. A swordmaster carried a long sword and walked towards the dead magical beasts on the ground. He removed the crystal cores of several high-level magical beasts one by one and said with a delighted smile, "Don't collect the crystal cores of magical beasts below level 3. They aren't worth much anyway. Let's hurry on our way." Cecilia instructed from afar. "Understood, my lord. We'll be right there." Another swordmaster, Ka, replied loudly and gradually walked towards the place where the magical beasts had died tragically. Han Shor furrowed his brows. Suddenly, he sensed that the person hiding in the dark suddenly moved at high speed. His target was the swordmaster closest to them. That person's aura was very strange and powerful. Han Shor was sure that once he got close to that swordmaster, only death would await him if he wasn't on guard. With a thought, Han Shor's consciousness tightened and immediately locked onto the person hiding in the lush thicket. Han Shor, who was standing beside Cecilia, suddenly disappeared after a flash of black light. Cecilia immediately sensed that one person was missing. She hurriedly looked back and softly exclaimed, "Eh? Where's Brian?" On the other side, Swordmaster Kerry, who was unsuspectingly collecting the magical beast core crystal of a snake-haired demoness, suddenly heard a slight rustling sound in his ears. Kerry became alert, and suddenly discovered that a cloud of rolling green smoke was quietly approaching. Before he could fully react, the green smoke suddenly erupted, and directly bit him like a huge mouth. In an instant, Ka felt as if his body was grabbed by a giant hand. He couldn't move at all. There was a heavy pressure on his chest, and he couldn't even open his mouth to call for help. He was quickly carried deeper into the thicket by the green smoke, getting further and further away from Cecilia and the others. His heart was filled with fear, and he didn't know what was going on. His body couldn't move, and his mouth couldn't speak, making him feel extremely sullen. He didn't know what to do with the fear of this unknown danger, and his heart gradually sank. "Don't worry, I'm by your side. Let me see where he's taking you." A familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Ka was overjoyed. He recognized the voice as Han Shor's. From Cecilia's words, Ka knew that Han Shor's strength was extremely terrifying. He was able to silently follow him without anyone noticing. Ka knew that Han Shor was indeed as Cecilia said. He couldn't help but feel a little relieved. That cloud of green smoke carried Ka and moved like a giant rubber ball. It didn't stop until they reached a muddy area deep in Tarag Canyon that the cloud of green smoke gradually slowed down. All of a sudden, a strong suction force appeared in the silent muddy area, pulling Ka in by force. Han Shor, who had been following silently, suddenly made his move. Han Shor's figure appeared in front of Ka. The 5 fingers of his right hand extended like an eagle's claw towards the muddy area. 5 thin green rays as sharp as blades shot out from his fingertips and blasted into the muddy area that produced the strong suction force. All of a sudden, the muddy area exploded violently. Streams of mud shot up into the sky like sharp swords. A roar that made the earth tremble came from underground. Ka was shocked at first, thinking that he was doomed. Just as he was thinking, the binding on his body suddenly loosened. Then, he saw Han Shor standing there coolly with his 5 fingers trembling and shooting out green rays. His heart suddenly relaxed. Ka tried to get rid of the green smoke that was curling around him. He realized that the green smoke that had been tightly wrapping around him seemed to have lost all its strength. Hurriedly flying away, Ka, as a swordmaster, was not weak. He tiptoed on a pillar of mud that flew out in a straight line and landed on the shore. "Come out." Han Shoror stood proudly in the air above the muddy area. The violent green rays in his 5 fingers suddenly disappeared as he looked coldly at the mud. Han Shoror withdrew his explosive power and the muddy area immediately calmed down. The streams of mud that had shot out like sharp swords all fell back into the muddy area. Under Kare's gaze, a human figure covered in mud gradually rose from the center. "Who are you?" The human figure that rose from the mud looked at Han Shoror vigilantly. Han Shoror was flabbergasted. Judging from the voice of this person covered in mud, she should be an old woman. This old woman had been hunched over and buried deep in the bushes along the way. Han Shoror hadn't seen her face, so he didn't know her gender. Now that he heard her voice, he was surprised. Before Han Shoror could answer, this car, who had been entangled by the green smoke along the way, suddenly said angrily, "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" Whoosh! She dashed out of the mud and didn't respond. Instead, she swooped down towards Han Shoror like a strange bird. She even cursed, "How dare you ruin my plans? I'll kill you first, you little brat." Wisps of green smoke flowed out of this old woman's 7 orifices, making her look ferocious and terrifying, like an evil spirit with a green face and fangs. The green smoke seemed to be drifting in the air, but in fact, it was flowing towards Han Shoror at high speed. When it was close to Han Shoror, its speed suddenly increased by many times. It wrapped around Han Shoror in an instant and drilled into Han Shoror's body through his pores. The old woman was a few steps slower than the green smoke coming out of her orifices. She watched as the wisps of green smoke enveloped Han Shoror. Before she could fly in front of Han Shoror, she began to cackle strangely. A strange power suddenly burst out from her palm and enveloped Han Shoror. The wisps of green smoke flowed into Han Shoror's pores and entered Han Shoror's body. It was as if millions of ants were gnawing at his flesh. Han Shoror's consciousness could clearly reflect every abnormality in his body. Seeing the old woman's palm coming down, Han Shoror coldly snorted and suddenly withdrew the demon infant in his body. The energy that had entered Han Shoror's body instantly flowed into the demon infant like a whale sucking in water. After 2 cycles, it became a strange nourishment for the demon infant. At this time, the old woman's palm had just reached the top of Han Shoror's head. Her eyes suddenly filled with astonishment. The old woman seemed to have sensed the abnormal movement of the energy flowing into Han Shoror's body. She immediately cried out in alarm and was about to retreat. Han Shoror, who was below the old woman, suddenly grinned. He looked up at the old woman who was just inches away from his head and punched out with his right fist. The demonic yuan immediately surged into the old woman's palm like a whirlwind of blades. It was like a giant dragon overturning the seas and rivers, shattering the strange energy in her palm and heading straight for her internal organs. Puh! An arrow of blood shot out from her mouth. The old woman's face was filled with pain. Her body was sent flying high into the air. Her heart was filled with regret. She thought to herself, "Why did I have to provoke this guy? After escaping from the Church of Light for so many years, I didn't expect to die in the hands of a little brat in the end. Why did I have to do this?" Without waiting for the old woman's body to fall, Han Shoror's body flashed like lightning. He grabbed the old woman's disheveled hair that was covered in mud. A strand of demonic yuan flew into her body from the center of his palm, restraining her and bringing her straight to the ground. She was seriously injured and captured in just one exchange. She had no room to resist at all. This filled the old woman's heart with depression and grief. She didn't know what was wrong with this world. A young brat was actually more frightening than the people from the Church of Light who had pursued her for so many years. This was simply unacceptable to her. Han Shoror didn't show any mercy to this vicious old woman. He pulled her hair and dragged her to the muddy ground like a dead dog. He pressed her head down in a place where the muddy water wasn't too muddy. He stirred back and forth a few times, washing away the mud that covered the old woman's face. "Speak. Why did you attack us? Who are you?" Han Shoror casually threw her to the side. He took out a clean handkerchief and wiped the mud off his hands as he coldly questioned. Chapter 445. After being washed by the dirty water, the old woman's face still had mud on it. She still looked dirty. However, after being tossed around by Han Shor, he was finally able to see her appearance clearly. She looked to be in her 50s or 60s. She had a head full of messy grey hair. Her face was like a carving knife that had left many gull-like wrinkles on it. The skin on her face was also loose and weak. Only her eyes were a rare green color, and they carried a sense of unwillingness and resentment. While Han Shor was sizing her up, she was also observing Han Shor. Han Shor looked to be in his 20s. At this age, whether it was practicing martial arts or magic, he shouldn't be at his peak strength. However, Han Shor defeated her so easily and didn't give her any chance to resist. Slap. After slapping her face, Han Shor continued to ask, "I'm asking you a question." Even if she was an old woman, Han Shor wouldn't give due respect to an enemy who indiscriminately launched a sneak attack and obviously harbored malicious intent. Not to mention that her appearance, coupled with her green eyes, didn't look like a benevolent person no matter how one looked at it. She woke up immediately after the slap. Her heart was filled with a kind of fury. She angrily shouted at Han Shor, "Little brat, you can kill me, but you can't humiliate me. Don't give me nonsense. Tell me what I asked you, or else you'll suffer." Han Shor impatiently glared at her. Soon after, he turned his head to look at Ka, who was walking over, and said, "This old woman deliberately left traces on the road. Cecilia and the others are already rushing over according to the traces she left. Go and help them." "Very well. Thank you for saving me, Your Excellency. This lowly one will definitely remember it." Ka respectfully bowed towards Han Shor. Only then did he leave under Han Shor's urging. "How did you know I left traces on the road?" Although the old woman couldn't move, she still asked Han Shor in fear. "How can that little trick of yours escape my discerning eyes? Tell me, why did you lure us here? What do you want?" Han Shor ridiculed. The old woman's green eyes shone with a strange light. She silently checked the condition of her body and tried to use her power to move. "Don't waste your energy, old thing. You can't escape." Han Shor unhappily scolded her and looked at her coldly. He wasn't afraid of her escaping at all. Huh. Suddenly, Han Shor let out a soft cry. His body swayed, and he appeared behind her. His large hand suddenly landed on her back and started caressing her. "What? What are you doing?" "I'll tell you, I've told you everything, please spare me." The old woman's heart was suddenly filled with a bone-piercing fear when Han Shor's large hand caressed her back. She could no longer maintain a calm state of mind and cried out involuntarily. Her voice was actually on the verge of tears. "Please spare me, I'm already so old, I can be your grandmother, and I'm so ugly, shut up. What the F***ck are you thinking? My taste isn't that different." Han Shor cursed loudly and resentfully withdrew his hand. He looked at her with his brows tightly bunched and asked in a deep voice, "You have the body of divine favor?" "Yes. Yes, so what?" When she heard that Han Shor wasn't going to violate her, she immediately let out a sigh of relief. Then, she was taken aback and asked, "How did you know?" Han Shor was about to answer when he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He raised his head and looked into the distance before he grinned coldly and said, "I've worn out iron shoes in fruitless searching, but by chance I didn't even look for it. I didn't expect that this group of people would deliver themselves to my doorstep." Before the 20-odd people from the Church of Light could approach this area, Han Shor immediately sensed them. This group consisted of experts of various professions, and their leader was none other than his mortal enemy, Sacred Knight Blount. They were slowly approaching by following some traces. Sensing their arrival through his consciousness, a few mystical demons immediately flew over to listen to their conversation. After a while, Han Shor suddenly stared at the old woman and said with a smile, "So you're the big heretic that Blount and the others are pursuing? Heh, Elizabeth, are you planning to kill Ka, frame the Church of Light, and lure our people here to fight them? That's a good idea. You cunning old man, you're really not a good person. How did you know? Who are you? How do you know everything?" Elizabeth looked at Han Shor in horror. Her body trembled slightly as she said, "You obviously know everything. Why do you still ask when you already know the answer? What are you trying to do? Heh, don't talk. They're telling me the reason why they're pursuing you. Let me listen carefully, Han Shoror said with a smile as he made a gesture of silence at the terrified Elizabeth. What are you trying to do? Elizabeth's heart was filled with doubts. This mysterious young man before her had given her too many surprises. She had no idea where Han Shoror came from or what he was trying to do. An unknown danger seemed to be lingering around her, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. 2 minutes later, when Han Shoror turned around to look at Elizabeth again, an evil smile hung on his face. He nodded and said, "Elizabeth, not bad at all. A peculiar body of divine favor that can absorb the divine energy of the Church of Light. No wonder the Church of Light spared no effort in pursuing you. You know everything. Speak, what are you trying to do?" After listening to Han Shoror reveal all of her secrets, Elizabeth knew that it would be difficult for her to escape from Han Shoror's grasp. Instead, she relaxed and looked at Han Shoror calmly, looking as if he could kill or torture her as he pleased. What an interesting body of divine favor. Very interesting. We're both heretics pursued by the Church of Light. We shouldn't be so unfriendly, Han Shoror said with a smile. You also have a grudge against the Church of Light. Elizabeth's heart was in turmoil. She was constantly hanging between despair and hope. Her usual calmness had disappeared without a trace in front of the mysterious Han Shoror. Yes, I'm the same as you. I'm also a great heretic that the Church of Light has been pursuing. Han Shoror looked at Elizabeth with a smile and continued, however, that was a long time ago. Now, I'm different from you. I'm the hunter, and the Church of Light is the prey. We're both heretics, but the gap is huge. Just as Han Shoror finished speaking, a few figures landed in the area with a swoosh. They were a few priests of the Church of Light. 2 archmages hovered in the air using levitation spells. They looked down at Elizabeth from above and said, "You won't be able to escape today." Rustling sounds grew from soft to heavy as they rapidly approached. In the blink of an eye, a group of temple knights of the Church of Light, led by Sacred Knight Blount, had already arrived below the priests of the Church of Light and rapidly surrounded the area where Elizabeth was. Everyone's attention was focused on Elizabeth. Han Shoror, who was facing Elizabeth, happened to have his back facing Sacred Knight Blount. In addition, Blount's attention was also focused on the limp Elizabeth on the ground. Therefore, he didn't realize that the tall figure with his back facing him was the person who had seriously injured him 3 years ago. Elizabeth was unable to move. She could only watch helplessly as the experts of the Church of Light surrounded her. At this moment, she was extremely anxious. Elizabeth obviously didn't believe Han Shoror's statement that he was the hunter and the Church of Light was the prey. Therefore, she hastily said, "Let go of me. I can still bring you away from the sludge. Otherwise, we're really going to die here. Elizabeth, you've killed many devout believers of the Church of Light over the years. Our Church of Light has been pursuing you for more than 4 years, but has never been able to surround you. Let's see how you escape this time." After recovering from his injuries, Sacred Knight Blount was still as calm and unruffled as ever. He chuckled as he looked at Elizabeth, and didn't seem to be in a state of mutual hostility. "It's over, it's all over. I'm finally going to be destroyed here." Elizabeth watched as Han Shoror remained unmoved, while the Church of Light's followers tightened their encirclement bit by bit, completely cutting off any chance of her escaping. Her heart was finally filled with despair. "Hey, Elizabeth, you're very strange today. Don't you usually run as fast as the wind? Why aren't you running today? Don't tell me you want to fight us head-on. With Lord Blount here, you're really courting death." The mage who had spoken first looked at Elizabeth calmly. "Enough with the nonsense, take her down," Sacred Knight Blount shouted softly as he strolled leisurely towards Elizabeth. Suddenly, a dense aura of death came from outside the encirclement. Blount's expression changed, and he immediately stopped and looked around. He suddenly discovered that there were many more undead creatures outside, vaguely surrounding them. It was only at this moment that the Sacred Knight focused his attention on the figure who had his back facing him. He looked at Han Shuor's stalwart back and suddenly felt that it was unusually familiar. This indescribable sense of familiarity gave Blount a strong sense of unease. With his vigilance rising, Blount immediately waved his hand to stop the followers of the Church of Light from making any further moves. He said to Han Shuor in a low voice, "Friend, I think we've met somewhere before." Of course we've met, Lord Blount." Han Shuor finally turned around and glared fiercely at Blount as he sneered. Chapter 446. Even though 3 years had passed, when Han Shuor's voice sounded, Sacred Knight Blount already knew who the person with his back to him was before Han Shuor had even turned around. That miserable defeat had left too deep an impression on him. To Blount, that battle was the most shameful and unforgettable experience of his life. For the past 3 years, Blount had been constantly thinking about Han Shuor while recuperating from his injuries. Now that Han Shuor was standing before him, Blount, who would remain calm and unruffled even when cruelly slaughtering heretics, immediately paled. "It's you." A soft cry filled with bone-deep hatred came from his mouth. In the next moment, the bright golden spear was tightly grasped in his palm. The veins on his right hand that was gripping the spear shaft bulged. His 5 fingers clenched tighter and tighter, as though he was going to snap the spear shaft. One could well imagine the depth of hatred in his heart. Nodding his head, Han Shuor grinned maliciously and said, "It's me. Long time no see. Lord Blount, who is this kid?" The talkative Magus was puzzled. He didn't understand how Sacred Knight Blount, who held a high position in the Church of Light, would know such a kid who was obviously still wet behind the ears. You two know each other?" Elizabeth, who was paralyzed by Han Shuor's feet and unable to move, looked strangely at Han Shuor, who was brimming with murderous intent. She was also very puzzled. "Hihi, of course." Han Shuor laughed weirdly. Without turning his head, he waved his hand and patted Elizabeth's shoulder. The energy that had been suppressing her body suddenly disappeared without a trace. Your body of divine favor can absorb the divine energy from their bodies. "Hehe, this is very interesting. You've lucked out today. Perhaps you can absorb all the divine energy from a sacred knight's body. Elizabeth, you must grasp this opportunity well." Han Shuor's eyes focused on Blount's body as he spoke in a strange tone to Elizabeth, who was slowly standing up behind him. Elizabeth looked at Sacred Knight Blount, who looked as though he was facing a great enemy. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. She pointed at Han Shuor and exclaimed, You're that necromancer from Lancelot Empire, right? I've heard news about you. You're the only one who defeated Blount. Oh my God, it's actually you." As a great heretic that the Church of Light had been pursuing for a long time, Elizabeth had a deep understanding of certain matters, especially those who were also being pursued by the Church of Light. She had inquired a little more about the battle in Ossen City 3 years ago, which was the biggest defeat the Church of Light had suffered in recent years. Under the influence of some people, this matter had spread to many countries. In particular, the news of the crushing defeat of the most powerful sacred knight of the Church of Light had spread like a necromancy plague. To many heretics who had suffered under the Church of Light, this was simply a holy message. Any heretic who had the slightest weight would deeply remember the name Brian. Upon hearing Elizabeth's words, the faces of those from the Church of Light who had surrounded Han Shuor and Elizabeth finally changed. Without waiting for Han Shuor to make a move, the 3 temple knights closest to Han Shuor felt a chill in their hearts. They subconsciously took a few steps back at the same time, putting some distance between them and Han Shuor, and returning to the outer encirclement. "It's him, it's actually him." The Magus from the Church of Light who had previously questioned Blount looked at Han Shuor in horror as he muttered to himself. His voice grew softer and softer, as though he was afraid of attracting Han Shuor's attention. "Get ready to attack. Abandon Elizabeth and aim all your attacks at him," Blount shouted in a low voice. Shortly after, he glared at Han Shuor and said, "It's been 3 years. I don't believe you can hurt me again this time." As soon as he finished speaking, an enormous divine aura was suddenly released from Blount's body. That divine aura perfectly merged with his golden fighting aura, causing his skin to suddenly emit a dazzling golden light. He looked like a man made of gold, giving off a dignified, solemn awe. Han Shuor's eyes brightened as he sensed Blount's strength from his aura. He discovered that Blount's strength had skyrocketed to such an extent in a short span of 3 years. Compared to 3 years ago, Blount's aura had more than doubled in strength. It seemed that something strange must have happened to his body during these 3 years. "This time, I won't hurt you again." Han Shuor stared coldly at Blount and added word by word, "I will kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shuor leaped from the ground with a sinister grin and flew towards Blount with his bare fists. As Blount brandished his golden spear, Han Shuor clenched his right fist into a hammer. A tyrannical, destructive, and heavy force condensed in his palm as he punched out. His fist emitted a glaring red light. After a flash, a scarlet fist the size of a small mountain appeared out of thin air and smashed towards Blount's head. Blount's mind trembled. He could distinctly sense the destructive force contained in this fist. The energy he had risked his life to obtain for 3 years poured into the golden spear in his hand. His entire body turned into a golden sun as he brandished his spear and thrust it towards the scarlet fist. Amidst the high-speed thrusting of the golden spear, a faint chanting of the god of light could be heard. The golden spear fiercely pierced the scarlet fist. A deafening explosion sounded. The glaring light above their heads caused all the onlookers, except for the 2 of them, to be temporarily blinded. Intense energy ripples violently spread in all directions, causing Elizabeth and the followers of the Church of Light to flee in all directions, battered and exhausted. It was at this moment that the undead creatures that had been quietly surrounding the perimeter suddenly launched an attack as though they had received a command. Several followers of the Church of Light were caught off guard and were immediately drowned by the undead creatures. Amidst their miserable howls, the hair-raising sounds of the undead creatures gnawing on their bones could be heard. Only Elizabeth, who was also a great heretic, wasn't attacked by the undead creatures. However, when she heard the sounds of the Church of Light being gnawed and broken by the undead creatures, she couldn't help but shiver. She looked at Han Shuor with trepidation, thinking that he was indeed the greatest heretic. Amidst the thunderous noise, Han Shuor's wild laughter was suddenly heard. "Blount, oh Blount. Even if your strength has skyrocketed, you will still die a miserable death here. Nobody can save you today." Amongst everyone, only Elizabeth was the most relaxed. The followers of the Church of Light were surrounded by layers upon layers of undead creatures, and the undead creatures summoned by Han Shuor didn't attack her. Therefore, when her temporarily blinded eyes regained their sight, she immediately looked in the direction of Han Shuor's voice. All she saw was Sacred Knight Blount being tightly surrounded by scarlet fist silhouettes. Due to the high speed of spinning around Blount, Han Shuor, who had been laughing maniacally, couldn't be seen clearly. However, the unceasing emergence of fist silhouettes was enough to explain the problem. Sacred Knight Blount couldn't retaliate at all. He could only defend within an inch of the area, tenaciously defending himself. Even though the Sacred Knight's strength had skyrocketed, he was still groaning incessantly under Han Shuor's high-speed bombardment. Wisps of dark red blood flowed from the corners of his nose and mouth, dyeing his golden armor red. There was no longer a trace of his unruffled demeanor on his body. What astonished Elizabeth even more was that Han Shuor didn't seem to be exerting his full strength. It was as though he was torturing him bit by bit. Sacred Knight Blount, who was frantically brandishing his golden spear in defense, grew weaker and weaker as wisps of energy gnawed away at him like ants. The speed at which he brandished his golden spear also grew slower and slower. Bam! His fist pierced through the layers of spear silhouettes. Han Shuor withdrew his fist and quietly retreated. Sacred Knight Blount's hand movements suddenly froze. Then, a series of cracking sounds of bones breaking resounded from within his body. Blount, who had been standing there in a daze, suddenly fell limply to the ground. Under Elizabeth's stupefied gaze, a Scylla-looking zombie warrior strangely emerged from the ground in front of Sacred Knight Blount. This zombie warrior was wearing a strange, earthy grey armor. The thick ground was like a stream of water to him. He didn't seem to encounter any obstructions when he emerged from the ground. Thump, thump, thump. After this eccentric zombie warrior floated out of the soil, it ferociously stomped on Sacred Knight Blount's body. Fresh blood flowed uncontrollably from Blount's body, and the vitality in his face faded bit by bit. "Hey, Elizabeth, quickly absorb the divine energy in Blount's body before he's completely dead." While Elizabeth was still in a daze, she heard a voice that made her wild with joy. "Give it to me. Is it really for me to absorb?" Elizabeth, whose heart was filled with ecstasy, looked at Han Shaw from afar in disbelief as she asked in a trembling voice. "Of course. Only by absorbing the divine energy in this sacred knight's body will you be qualified to be my slave." Han Shaw laughed. "Slave, slave." Elizabeth was dumbfounded. She couldn't react for a moment. "Who asked you to deliver yourself to me and provoke me first? Hurry up and decide. Either I kill you, or you submit to me. Make your choice." Han Shaw snorted coldly. After 3 seconds of silence, Elizabeth immediately raised her hand and declared, "I am willing to be your slave." She then took advantage of the fact that Sacred Knight Blount was still alive and dashed towards him. Chapter 447. Poor Sacred Knight Blount. After 3 years of painstaking cultivation, he thought he would be able to take revenge. Who knew that he would end up even more miserable than the last time? If Sacred Knight Blount didn't have the golden armor and divine energy to protect his body, he wouldn't have to endure the pain that gradually assaulted his body. Perhaps he wouldn't have to endure so much pain. After all, an ordinary person would definitely be dead after being stomped by the Earth Elite zombie. If they were truly dead, they wouldn't have to endure so much pain. Blount didn't die immediately from the stomps of the Earth Elite zombie due to the sturdy armor on his body and the protection of his fighting aura and divine energy. Instead, he let out weak cries of agony as he breathed his last. The pain of his body and the helplessness of his soul enveloped him. Blount didn't even have the strength to commit suicide. It was at this moment that the old woman Elizabeth, whose face was covered in wrinkles, charged at him with an excited expression. Under Blount's fearful gaze, Elizabeth pounced on him like a malicious spirit. Her 2 sharp fingers pierced into Blount's exposed neck that wasn't covered by the armor. The divine energy that Blount had obtained through his devout faith all these years suddenly flowed violently towards the excited and malevolent Elizabeth's body like water from a breached dam. Elizabeth, who had been beaten up by Han Shaw to the point of vomiting blood, rapidly recovered the bizarre energy in her body. Wisps of green smoke that resembled slender green snakes flickered in and out of Isabella's 7 orifices. Her green eyes sparkled with a sinister expression. Her body was different from that of an ordinary person's. It was like a precise machine operating at high speed, decomposing and absorbing the divine energy in Sacred Knight Blount's body, transforming it into a strange energy that she could directly use. While Elizabeth was absorbing the divine energy in Sacred Knight Blount's body in a frenzy, Han Shaw suddenly appeared behind Elizabeth. His consciousness suddenly locked onto Elizabeth, spying on every minute movement of her body. Elizabeth's body structure was poles apart from that of an ordinary person. If she didn't have a human appearance, Han Shaw wouldn't have taken her for a human based on her aura and body structure alone. Inside her body, apart from her bones and meridians, there were also 5 fist-sized cyclones. When Elizabeth was digesting and absorbing the divine energy from Blount's body, the 5 cyclones revolved at high speed, playing a crucial role in the entire process. It was due to the existence of these 5 cyclones that Elizabeth was able to absorb the holy energy within Sacred Knight Blount's body. However, the 5 cyclones had no effect on the fighting aura that Blount had painstakingly cultivated. Their target seemed to be the holy energy that Blount had supposedly obtained from the God of Light through his pious faith. Han Shaw had never heard of a body of divine favor that could digest divine power. It was no wonder that the Church of Light was after him. Han Shaw was also very curious. Vaguely, Han Shaw felt that Elizabeth's body of divine grace, which could absorb divine power, was different from other divine graces. Perhaps Elizabeth was hiding some secret that even she herself did not understand. Very soon, the divine energy within the Sacred Knight's body was completely depleted. Such a powerful being did not die immediately even after losing his divine energy. His face was ashen as he waited for death to come. Having absorbed all the divine energy from Blount's body, Elizabeth laughed maniacally in satisfaction. She pulled out her hands that were dripping with blood from Blount's neck and waved her hands at Han Shoror in gratitude. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Han Shoror chuckled oddly. He suddenly appeared behind Elizabeth and extended his right hand. Han Shoror's middle finger suddenly pierced into the back of her head. A drop of crimson blood essence from his fingertip broke through the skin and directly entered the blood vessels at the back of Elizabeth's head. As Elizabeth shrieked, this drop of blood essence from Han Shoror's demonic infant entered her brain through the blood vessels at the back of her head. Han Shoror's empty left hand gently pressed against Elizabeth's back. An evil suction force was suddenly released. The strands of strange energy that had just been purified from the 5 cyclones in Elizabeth's body surged uncontrollably towards her back. In the blink of an eye, more than half of it was absorbed by Han Shoror. Master, I'm your devout servant. Spare me. Elizabeth was scared out of her wits. She had always absorbed the energy of the Church of Light's followers to improve herself. She had never imagined that the evil energy in her body could be absorbed by someone else. This piercing pain made her unable to suppress the fear in her heart. She cried out involuntarily for mercy. Contrary to Elizabeth's expectations, her begging for mercy seemed to have an effect. After she screamed a few times, Han Shoror, who had just converted a portion of the energy from the 5 cyclones in her body, actually let go and didn't continue to touch her. Pulling out the fingertip from the back of Elizabeth's head, Han Shoror patted Elizabeth's forehead and smilingly said, "Humans and magical beasts can establish a master-slave relationship through a contract. However, it is somewhat troublesome between humans. Heh, you must have felt something extra in your head, right?" Yes, Master. What did you do to me?" Elizabeth was truly afraid of Han Shoror. She didn't know whether this greatest heretic of the profound continent was a human or a demon, but she simply couldn't resist him. "Actually, it's nothing much. It's just like some kind of contractual power. As long as you don't do anything to betray me, the thing in your head will never have any effect on you. However, if you have any thoughts of betraying me, your head will be the same as his." Han Shoror laughed evilly as he stepped on Sacred Knight Blount's head. Smack! As though a watermelon had been smashed, dark red blood spurted out. Red and white brain matter flowed all over the ground. "Master, your most humble servant will never do anything to betray you. You will be able to see your servant's loyalty. I swear." Looking at the Sacred Knight's head exploding, Elizabeth seemed to see the miserable state she would be in after her betrayal. She didn't doubt the veracity of this evil youth's words. Without another word, she knelt before Han Shoror, lowered her head and shrieked incessantly. She didn't care that the ground she knelt on was overflowing with red and white matter from Blount's head. "Very good, I know you are a sensible person," Han Shoror said with satisfaction. He then paused for a moment before continuing, "It's very good that you can absorb the divine energy from the followers of the Church of Light. As long as you follow me, I believe your strength will improve even faster. This old servant will never forget Master's great kindness." Elizabeth hastily replied, "All right, get up. There are still a few surviving followers of the Church of Light over there. Absorb the divine energy from their bodies as well," Han Shoror instructed Elizabeth in a gentle tone. Without uttering a single word, Elizabeth flew out from under Han Shoror's feet like a bolt of lightning. Strands of bizarre green energy gushed out of her pores. She had already started to deal with those disciples of light who were still alive. Seeing Elizabeth's dutiful actions, Han Shoror was incomparably relieved. After planting a drop of demonic blood in her body, Han Shoror would immediately know if Elizabeth had any thoughts of betraying him. He would then activate the demonic blood in her mind to kill Elizabeth immediately. In addition, Han Shoror, who could directly absorb the energy from Elizabeth's body, would naturally never give her the opportunity to surpass his strength. Such a dependable servant, and an interesting body of divine favor, was very useful to Han Shoror. The Earth Elite zombie looked at Sacred Knight Blount's smashed head and transmitted to Han Shoror in a daze, "Father, is he dead?" "Yes, he is indeed dead. However, his soul is sufficiently powerful and is still useful to me," Han Shoror replied. Shortly after, with a thought, the Demon Slayer edge flew out from the back of his neck. Blount's soul, which had yet to dissipate, was suddenly sucked in by the demon slayer Edge. During the previous rebellion in Ossen City, the demon slayer Edge had absorbed too much negative energy. Even now, it could be considered to be in a dormant state and had yet to completely subdue the negative energy. However, Hanshoro understood that this was a crucial stage for the demon slayer Edge. Whether it could become a peerless weapon or not would depend on whether it could digest all the negative energy and evolve into a vile soul. Perhaps, Blount, with his powerful soul, could be used as a backup primary soul after entering the demon slayer Edge, helping the demon slayer Edge evolve into a vile soul at a faster rate. After Blount's soul was absorbed by the demon slayer Edge, the demon slayer Edge once again concealed itself within his body. Soon after, Hanshoro focused his attention on Blount's armor, weapon, and space ring. A sacred knight of the Church of Light must have many precious treasures on him. Hanshoro thought inwardly. Without the slightest bit of politeness, Hanshoro stripped off Blount's armor and golden spear and placed them into his space ring. These two pieces of equipment came from the work of the Church of Light's top alchemists. Only those who possessed divine energy could bring out their full potential. Naturally, Hanshoro didn't have anyone from the Church of Light with him. However, if he were to sell them, he would definitely be able to fetch a good price. Blount's space ring was forcibly blasted open by Hanshoro's consciousness. Inside were a few thick books from the Church of Light, some scattered gold coins, a few inferior weapons, 2 simple and unadorned magic scrolls, and a few pieces of thin yellow paper. Hanshoro flipped through these items one by one. When he saw the contents of the thin yellow paper, his expression suddenly changed. Chapter 448. In Blount's space ring, the Book of Light and the scattered gold coins naturally didn't catch Hanshoro's eye. The quality of the few knight's weapons was obviously much lower than the one Blount was wielding. Only 2 magic scrolls were of interest. One was a space magic scroll for escaping, while the other was an earth magic scroll that resembled an earth armor. Both were life-saving items. Unfortunately, Sacred Knight Blount was unable to retaliate in his battle with Hanshoro after suffering a series of attacks from Hanshoro. Hanshoro, who had surrounded Blount and bombarded him in pain, didn't give Blount any chance to activate the magic scrolls. He only let go when all the bones in Blount's body were shattered. The 2 magic scrolls naturally fell into Hanshoro's hands. Although they were precious, they weren't too rare. It was the contents of the remaining thin yellow papers that caused Hanshoro's expression to change greatly. As the most influential religious organization on the continent, the Church of Light valued 2 things the most. The first was the increasing number of people's devout faith in the God of Light. A believer with a pure soul would selflessly offer sacrifice to the God of Light. From this document, Hanshoro knew that the offering of a pure soul to the God of Light would allow the sacrificer to obtain more of the God of Light's divine power. As the most influential religious organization on the continent, the Church of Light valued 2 things the most. The first was the increasing number of people's devout faith in the God of Light. A believer with a pure soul would selflessly offer sacrifice to the God of Light. From this document, Hanshoro knew that the offering of a pure soul to the God of Light would allow the sacrificer to obtain more of the God of Light's divine power. However, there were some pure soul believers who weren't followers of the Church of Light. Even if they were, they would suddenly come to their senses when offering their soul meant death. They might not be willing to give up everything and hand over their soul. At that time, the Church of Light would use some coercive methods. The proportion of people with incomparably pure souls was extremely low among humans. The reason why Sacred Knight Blount was able to completely recover from his injuries in the past 3 years, and his strength had skyrocketed by a large margin, was because he had sacrificed the souls of 87 people with pure souls. These 87 people with pure souls were secretly captured by the Church of Light using various methods and underhanded methods from various countries. The thin yellow paper was Sacred Knight Blount's application to the Church of Light to hold a sacrificial ceremony. It was signed by a group of high-ranking members of the Church of Light, including the current Pope. No wonder Blount could attain such formidable strength so quickly. It seems that the Church of Light isn't any better than the Calamity Church. I'm afraid that under all kinds of high-sounding propaganda, the dirty things they've done in the dark aren't any less than the Calamity Church, Han Shao muttered to himself as he looked at the document in his hand. Blount, whose strength had greatly improved, must have believed that no one could kill him. That was why he had left these documents in his space ring. Who would have thought that they would fall into Han Shao's hands? Han Shao understood what it would mean if this document with the signatures of more than half of the high-ranking members of the Church of Light were to be exposed. While he was apprehensive about the Church of Light's peculiar method of obtaining divine energy for its followers, Han Shao also felt extremely refreshed from having something to blackmail. Heh, I think the Calamity Church would be very interested in letting everyone know about these documents with the signatures of the Pope and other high-ranking members of the Church of Light. Han Shao sneered as he muttered to himself. Master, the remaining members of the Church of Light are all dead. Elizabeth's face was full of excitement. The 5 cyclones in her body were revolving at high speed, filling her shriveled and aged body with strands of energy. Han Shao carefully put away the thin yellow papers in his hand. Only then did he turn his attention to his surroundings. Just as Elizabeth had said, this group of followers of the Church of Light without a single Light Grand Magus had all perished under the attack of the large number of undead creatures. Han Shao narrowed his eyes slightly. His consciousness circled around Elizabeth's body, and he roughly determined that the divine energy she had absorbed could increase her strength by about 2 times. However, even though Elizabeth had absorbed Sacred Knight Blount's divine energy, she was still far from reaching Blount's strength after undergoing transformation. On one hand, it was because Blount's strength did not entirely depend on the divine energy in his body. His fighting aura still occupied the most important position. Even if Elizabeth had absorbed all of the divine energy, she naturally would not be able to reach Blount's strength. On the other hand, after transformation, Elizabeth could only use a portion of the divine energy. After all, Elizabeth was not a follower of the Church of Light. She could not use divine energy at all. This was similar to how Han Shao needed to thoroughly remove the impurities after absorbing a huge amount of killing intent. What she could truly use would always be the cleanest small portion. After absorbing all of the divine energy, Elizabeth's strength would roughly reach the level of a sacred swordmaster. To the current Han Shao, without the control of the demonic blood in her body, she would not pose any threat. Therefore, Han Shao took a deep look at Elizabeth and nodded, saying, "Very good, you have done well. Oh, right, you have divine energy in your body. Do you need to find a quiet place to digest it? Thank you for your concern, Master. My body will slowly transform this energy. I don't need to deliberately digest it," Elizabeth immediately replied. Han Shao nodded. Han Shao continued speaking, but cast his gaze in another direction. After a while, a group of Dark Mantle members led by Cecilia and Carr quickly walked over. At this moment, the undead creatures Han Shao had summoned had completely disappeared. Only a few dozen corpses of the Church of Light remained around Han Shao and Elizabeth. These followers of the Church of Light had died miserably. Sacred Knight Blount's head had been crushed by Han Shao's foot, and his body had turned into a pile of rotten flesh. Those followers who had been gnawed on by the undead creatures had died without an intact corpse. It was a ghastly sight to behold. The thick smell of blood lingered in the air. When Cecilia and the others arrived, they only needed to glance at the tragic scene around them to feel their stomachs churning. Fortunately, these Dark Mantle members could be considered to be strong-willed people. They did not do anything improper in front of Han Shao. "Brian, what's going on?" Cecilia frowned. She carefully avoided the bloodstains on the ground and walked to Han Shao's side to ask. "They are the reason I came here this time." Blount is dead. It looks like my matter has been resolved," Han Shao said with a smile. He raised his head to look at the sky, thinking that it was time to look for Wolf and pass him some interesting things. As an evil organization whose influence covered the entire continent, the Calamity Church could not have done such a thing more appropriately. Moreover, they were mortal enemies with the Church of Light. They would not let go of any opportunity to strike the Church of Light. The document in Han Shao's hand contained the personal signatures of the highest leaders of the Church of Light, including the Pope. Once it was exposed by the Calamity Church, Han Shoror could not wait to see how much of a negative impact it would have on the Church of Light's positive image. Sacred Knight Blount is dead. Cecilia's small mouth was wide open. She stared blankly at Han Shoror, obviously unable to react. Yes, he's under my feet. That headless corpse is him, Han Shoror said to Cecilia in a relaxed manner as he pointed at Blount, whose blood was still warm and in an unsightly state. Cecilia's expression was lifeless. She stood there and stared blankly. She was simply speechless. Lord Brian, what's the matter with this old woman? Carr, who was almost killed by Elizabeth, pointed at Elizabeth, who was standing respectfully behind Han Shoror, and asked, "Oh, I've already taught her a lesson. She's my slave from now on," Han Shoror replied casually. After a pause, Han Shoror then said to Cecilia, "If there's nothing else, let's part ways here." Han Shoror had no interest in the anomalies in the depths of Tarag Canyon. That. Cecilia saw that Han Shoror was about to leave and was momentarily at a loss for words. She wanted to urge him to stay, but couldn't find an excuse. Rumble. An explosion, like the collapse of a mountain, suddenly sounded from the depths of Tarag Canyon. Everything within a radius of 10 miles trembled as though there was an earthquake. Han Shoror, who was about to leave, suddenly frowned. He suddenly noticed large groups of magical beasts from Tarag Canyon running for their lives towards the outside of the canyon. Among these magical beasts, there were even a few powerful super-ranked magical beasts. What's going on? What's going on? Cecilia's beautiful face changed greatly. She looked in the direction of the sound in shock and immediately cried out in alarm. It's coming from the depths of Tarag Canyon. Something must have happened inside, Carr hastily exclaimed. Let's go and take a look. Han Shoror's curiosity was also piqued. He didn't continue to clamor to leave, and said to Cecilia, "Thank you." Cecilia's heart was at ease when she heard Han Shoror's words, and she hastily expressed her gratitude. "You're welcome," Han Shoror replied casually. He turned to look at Elizabeth and instructed, "Follow me." "Understood, Master," Elizabeth replied respectfully. Chapter 449. Han Shoror, Elizabeth, Cecilia, and the others were all extremely interested in what was happening in the depths of Tarag Canyon. Even Han Shoror, who usually didn't like to bother himself with miscellaneous matters, decided to explore the depths to get to the bottom of it. As soon as the matter was decided, the dozen or so people immediately rushed towards the depths of Tarag Canyon under Han Shoror's lead. They had only traveled for half an hour when a group of 500 to 600 magical beasts, led by several ferocious manticores, rushed towards them in a panic. Behind this group of magical beasts were some weaker level 4 or 5 magical beasts, while in front of them were close to 100 high-level magical beasts, led by a dozen or so manticores. Compared to the magical beast horde that had attacked Cecilia and the others earlier, they were a cut above in both quantity and quality. Cecilia's pretty face changed. She immediately ordered her subordinates to hastily defend, lest these magical beasts trample them into meat patties. There's no need to prepare. These magical beasts seem to be mainly fleeing for their lives. They probably won't attack us, Han Shoror calmly shouted. Through his mystical demons, he could see extremely far. 2 or 3 of the mystical demons rapidly flew towards the depths of Tarag Canyon. He discovered that apart from them, there were also a few adventurer squads along the way. However, the magical beasts didn't recklessly attack the humans like before. After hearing Han Shoror's words, Cecilia hesitated for a moment, then said, "Then, let's stick together and avoid the magical beast horde that's charging straight at us." At her loud shout, the group of Dark Mantle members hastily gathered around her. Only Elizabeth turned a deaf ear to Cecilia's words, and firmly followed behind Han Shoror. The great heretic that the Church of Light had recognized very quickly discovered that Cecilia's strength wasn't particularly strong. Even with her 12 subordinates of various professions, Elizabeth didn't think that they would be of any help to her. After witnessing Han Shoror's terrifying strength, the little heretic Elizabeth had long since regarded Han Shoror as someone who could provide her with safety. Cecilia and the others quickly discovered that Han Shoror's words weren't false. The magical beasts that were charging straight at them had clearly discovered their tracks when they arrived in this area. Unlike the previous wave of magical beasts, this horde of magical beasts was even more numerous and stronger. It was as if they hadn't noticed them at all, and they charged past them without slowing down at all. Hey! What's going on? Cecilia seemed to be talking to herself, but her gaze was fixed on Hanshoro. Hanshoro's foresight made Cecilia believe that Hanshoro seemed to know something. Shaking his head, Hanshoro said, "I'm not too sure either. Let's go in and take a good look." As soon as he finished speaking, Hanshoro led the way into the depths of Tarag Canyon, ignoring the horde of magical beasts that were dashing all the way. When Elizabeth saw that Hanshoro was moving, she quickly followed him, afraid that she would be left behind at this time. "Let's go," Cecilia tactfully shouted. Her subordinates also hurriedly followed. Along the way, more and more magical beasts rushed out of Tarag Canyon. Among them, there were even a few super-rank magical beasts with terrifying strength. Just like the first wave, when they saw Hanshoro and the others, they didn't waste any time to attack. They only focused on hurrying forward, as if there was some terrible disaster behind them. Suddenly, Hanshoro's body came to an abrupt halt. He sensed that the first 3 mystical demons to enter Tarag Canyon were blocked by a strange energy similar to a boundary. The 3 mystical demons that were about to reach the deepest part of the canyon were forcibly stopped, unable to take another step forward. "Stop!" Hanshoro shouted softly. Elizabeth, Cecilia, and the others shuddered and hastily steadied themselves by Hanshoro's side. "What's going on?" Elizabeth immediately asked. Hanshoro's brows were deeply knitted. He suddenly spread out his powerful consciousness. With Hanshoro as the center, the air rippled like water. After the consciousness spread out, all living things in the surroundings were slowly reflected in Hanshoro's mind. When his consciousness arrived at the area that was blocking the 3 mystical demons outside, Hanshoro activated his demonic arts. His consciousness transformed into a form that could not be sensed by that energy. He easily barged into the area that the mystical demons could not enter and continued to venture deeper. In that area, all the elements that filled the world had strangely disappeared. He couldn't sense the elements of light, fire, water, and wind at all. Even the air had disappeared. That place was like a vacuum, giving off a terrifying feeling of suffocation. As his consciousness continued to move forward, he suddenly sensed several enormous auras. These auras were as powerful as the ancient lizard King Degasi that Hanshoro had encountered in the past. They gave Hanshoro a deep sense of threat. Suddenly startled, Hanshoro's consciousness stopped going deeper. It suddenly receded like a receding tide. Soon after, he opened his eyes and said to Cecilia, "It seems that this time, you will have to give up on exploring deeper." "Why?" Cecilia asked anxiously after hearing Hanshoro's words. "I can sense that something strange is happening in the deepest part of Tarag Canyon. However, there are some existences with terrifying strength. Even an expert like Sacred Knight Blount would undoubtedly die if he entered. If you don't want to die, I advise you to evacuate immediately like those magical beasts," Hanshoro said truthfully. There was more than one powerful aura in the depths of Tarag Canyon. If there was only one, Hanshoro would still dare to bring them deeper. However, with the presence of those auras, Hanshoro could only ensure his own safety. He definitely wouldn't be able to take care of them. "You mean, there are extremely powerful people inside?" Cecilia was shocked and asked again. "I can't be sure if they are humans. However, the auras inside are too terrifying for you to handle," Hanshoro replied. Soon after, he looked at Elizabeth and said, "Return to Tariq City first. I will look for you after I go over and take a look. As long as you are in Tariq City, I will definitely find you. If you aren't here, then just wait for your death. Rest assured, Master. I will definitely await your arrival." Upon hearing Hanshoro's words, Elizabeth replied respectfully with a trembling heart. After finishing her words, Elizabeth didn't linger. She didn't even look at Cecilia and the others. She immediately left. After Elizabeth left, Hanshoro shot a glance at Cecilia and said, I've said everything I need to say. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. However, if you go in, I don't think you will be able to come out alive." After saying this, without waiting for Cecilia to say anything, Hanshaw suddenly transformed into a ray of black lightning and disappeared in the direction of Tarag Canyon. "Hey, can you bring us in to have a look?" Cecilia shouted after Hanshaw's shadow disappeared. However, it was obvious that Hanshaw couldn't hear her. "My lord, what should we do?" Kaa watched as more magical beasts rushed out from the depths of Tarag Canyon. One of them was a silver dragon that was more than 10 meters long. This caused fear to rise in Tarag Canyon's heart. He understood that if even a super-grade magical beast like the silver dragon had to flee, then there must be some terrible danger in the depths of Tarag Canyon. "My lord, why don't we go back as well? Brian would never lie to us." Thieves had an instinctive sense of danger. Although he couldn't sense the powerful existence in the depths of the canyon as clearly as Hanshaw, he still felt a little uncomfortable from the pressure in his heart. Based on the thief's many years of experience in adventuring, this feeling indicated that there was a danger in the surroundings that he couldn't resist. As soon as the thief opened his mouth, Cecilia, who had been his companion for many years, finally turned to look at them. Finally, her gaze fell on the thief. She asked solemnly, "Did you feel something? I know that your senses have always been accurate all these years." "Yes, my lord. There is great danger in there. With our strength, we are not suitable to enter," the thief hurriedly replied. "All right then, let's retreat immediately." With her many years of experience with thieves, Cecilia finally made a wise decision. She turned around, intending to return to the direction of Tariq City. "May I ask, who is that young man who just left?" Suddenly, an exceedingly devilishly beautiful youth appeared like a ghost where Hanshaw had been standing a moment ago. This handsome young man had long silver-grey hair, and his simple robe was also silver-grey. The corners of the robe were embroidered with large lilies. He was empty-handed, and his feet weren't touching the ground. He looked at Cecilia and the others with a smile. Who are you?" Kaa was startled. This young man's appearance was a little too strange. He had no idea how he appeared. It was as if he had appeared right after Hanshaw left. "I don't know." Cecilia only looked at this young man for a moment before her eyebrows twitched. She simply replied. Then, she hurriedly said to Kaa and the others, "Let's go, let's leave this place immediately." As soon as she finished speaking, Cecilia's expression became a little flustered. She immediately strode forward. Kaa and the others felt that there was something wrong with Cecilia. However, as subordinates, they did not ask any questions, nor did they pay any attention to this young man. They immediately followed behind Cecilia and left. What a bunch of impolite children. Youngsters nowadays don't know how to respect their elders at all. This bewitchingly beautiful young man sighed helplessly, as if lamenting the fickleness of the world. Then, like a ghost, he followed the direction Hanshaw had left and headed towards the depths of Tarag Canyon. "My lord, who is that person? I feel that you seem to know him." After running for a long distance, when Cecilia slowed down a little, the clever thief opened his mouth to ask. "He is the current guardian of the 7 Grand Duchies, the former Verdun imperial tutor, Old Devil Statholm." Cecilia replied with a bitter smile. Chapter 450. Without Cecilia and her group of burdens, Hanshaw galloped towards the depths of the Tarag Canyon. Along the way, more and more magical beasts swarmed past him, and high-level magical beasts could be seen everywhere. However, when Hanshaw arrived at the area where the mystical demons had stopped, he could no longer see a single magical beast. There was a strange smell in that area where no magical elements could be sensed, giving off an extremely fishy feeling. After surveying his surroundings, Hanshaw saw tens of thousands of footprints of magical beasts. Apart from that, there wasn't much useful information. Previously, his consciousness had sensed several powerful auras inside, which made Hanshaw understand that the people inside had the strength to threaten his life. However, without any burdens around him, Hanshaw believed that with his current strength, even if he couldn't deal with the people inside, as long as he wasn't surrounded, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for him to escape unscathed. It was precisely because of this confidence that Han Shuo dared to venture deep into the canyon alone. He didn't stay outside for long. That bizarre power that could keep out the mystical demons didn't have much effect on an expert of Han Shuo's level. With a sway of his body, Han Shuo easily passed through the liquid-like defense and entered. Following the senses of his consciousness, he continued to venture deeper. Not long after Han Shuo entered, the state preceptor of the Verdun Imperial Court, Statholm, also arrived at the area where Han Shuo was standing. The old monster, Statholm, had been muttering to himself along the way, only stopping when he arrived at the spot where Han Shuo had just stood. Hey! With a soft sound, the old demon clearly sensed a power that could stop an ordinary person. With a wave of his hand, his elegant left hand gently pressed against the void, as if he was pushing open an invisible door. Soon after, his ghost-like body drifted in, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Not long after the old monster, Statholm, arrived a skinny old man with 2 long white eyebrows that extended to his neck. At the periphery of that area, a bolt of lightning pierced through the invisible defense like a sharp sword, allowing him to barge in. Immediately after, a graceful and dignified lady, her body wrapped in layers of misty water vapor, also easily passed through the defense and entered. One after another, the 4 of them ventured deep into that strange area. Behind them, several other adventurer teams and experts who believed themselves to be strong also arrived. They were similarly filled with great curiosity about the situation inside. However, they were forcibly blocked by that strange defense. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break through the defense, and could only sigh helplessly. Han Shuo, who was the first to enter, carefully concealed the aura on his body. His immense consciousness switched from overflowing to retracting. Instead of charging straight in like before, he first enveloped his own body, then used the shadows of some towering trees as hiding spots, and unhurriedly ventured deeper. This was a space devoid of elemental energy. Even the oxygen was very thin. Using his exquisite control over his physical body, Han Shuo closed all the pores on his body. His heartbeat and breathing stopped at the same time, and his demonic yuan slowly circulated around the demonic infant. With this, unless one could see Han Shuo with their own eyes, even those with great strength would not be able to detect Han Shuo's presence with their astonishing perception. The path was littered with the severed limbs of magical beasts, and the blood of magical beasts of various colors spilled all over the ground. Judging from the severed limbs, the magical beasts that had died in this area were all high-level magical beasts of the 2nd rank and above. Severed limbs of high-level magical beasts like giant dragons could also be seen everywhere. Without thinking too much, Han Shuo immediately understood that the tragic deaths of these high-level magical beasts were the reason why all the magical beasts in the depths of Tarag Canyon were frantically fleeing. Without the tragic deaths of so many high-level magical beasts, the magical beasts that had always resided in the depths of Tarag Canyon would not have left this place at all costs. What exactly happened in there? Han Shuo grew even more curious. Relying on the trees and shrubs as natural cover, Han Shuo walked unhurriedly for more than 10 minutes before he finally reached the depths of Tarag Canyon. Then, a large, clear lake came into Han Shuo's sight. The lake was as flat as a mirror, and the water was clean, without a single ripple. However, the surroundings of the large, dark blue lake were littered with the corpses of high-level magical beasts. These magical beasts had died horribly, and not a single corpse was left intact. The large lake in the center was quiet and clear. The dark blue lake was like a large flat sapphire, emitting resplendent colors under the gentle rays of the sun. However, the appearance of this beautiful lake and the many corpses of high-level magical beasts by the lakeside gave off an extremely jarring and awkward feeling. Han Shuo hid in the luxuriant foliage of a large tree. He narrowed his eyes and looked down at the large lake in the distance. In the center of the large, dark blue lake, there was a small, flat island. Many humanoid creatures that Han Shuo had never seen before stood densely around the island. Each and every one of them had solemn expressions on their faces, and were worshipping a tall, pointy structure that looked like an altar in the center of the island. If it weren't for their light green skin, if it weren't for their tails that resembled pythons, If it weren't for the sharp horns growing from their foreheads to the nape of their necks, Hanshaw might have mistaken them for humans. However, with these three characteristics, Hanshaw would never treat them as humans no matter what. Strange buzzing sounds that sounded like galls came from the mouths of these humanoids as they kowtowed to the tall, pointy altar at the center of the island. This altar was somewhat similar to the magic towers that mags often used. On the pointy altar, there were many smelly hearts of magical beasts, as well as bright and clean magical beast cores. 4 of these humanoid creatures, who had a row of 5 sharp horns growing from their foreheads to the nape of their necks, stood at the 4 corners of the altar like leaders. They spoke in a strange language that resembled the buzzing of insects as they threw hundreds of magical beasts' hearts and magical beast cores into a large, headless, and disgusting mouth covered in thick mucus at the center of the altar. The 4 creatures with 5 sharp horns on their heads were the experts that Hanshaw had sensed earlier. After coming into close contact with them, Hanshaw could sense their terrifying auras even if he didn't use his divine sense to probe them. If there was only one of these 4 creatures, Hanshaw was confident that he could deal with it. However, if all 4 of them attacked together, Hanshaw could only flee in panic. After observing for a while, Hanshaw soon discovered that the strength of these creatures was completely determined by the number of sharp horns on their heads. Among these creatures on the island, the 4 fellows with 5 sharp horns on their heads were the most terrifying. Around the altar under their feet, there were more than 10 creatures with 4 sharp horns on their heads, and they were the closest to the altar. The further away from the altar, the fewer the sharp horns on the heads of the creatures kowtowing there. Those creatures at the outermost edge only had 1 sharp horn. Suddenly, an extremely familiar thing attracted Hanshaw's attention. At the top of the pointed altar, suddenly, a few tentacle-like fleshy limbs slowly lifted up 12 fist-sized spheres. One of the spheres emitted a pure aura of death that made Hanshaw's heart beat faster. Hanshaw had never thought that the aura of death could be so pure and without any impurities. As long as there were living creatures on the material plane, there would be birth, aging, sickness, and death. This was the most natural thing in the world. As long as someone died, this material plane would definitely have the presence of the element of death. However, any creature would have some messy emotions when they died, such as fear, anger, unwillingness, resentment, and so on. It was precisely because of these emotions that the element of death on any material plane would not be pure and free of impurities. Even in the netherworld where Little Skull came from, the element of death was also mixed with too many messy impurities. However, from that sphere, Hanshaw could feel the purest, clearest element of death without any impurities. Moreover, this element of death was very large. For a necromancer like Hanshaw, it had an irresistible temptation. Instinctively, Hanshaw felt that the sphere could bring him great benefits. If not for Hanshaw's exquisite control over his physical body, his heart would have started to beat faster due to excitement. The surprised Hanshaw was a little excited. As he focused his attention on the sphere with the pure element of death, Hanshaw also began to use his consciousness to carefully and slowly observe the other 11 spheres. With this observation, Hanshaw was once again shocked. Among the other 11 spheres, 7 contained the same pure elemental energy as the element of death. They were light, dark, wind, fire, water, electricity, and earth respectively. Among the remaining 4 spheres, although they did not contain pure elemental energy, they still contained strange energies. One of them contained the extremely rare energy of destruction. Another sphere seemed to be condensed from combat aura, constantly emitting the light of combat aura that ranged from dark blue to golden. The last 2 spheres were even more strange. Their insides seemed to be flowing like stars. Hanshaw tried his best to sense them, and only then did he feel some of the strange aura of a space summoner. There were a total of 12 spheres, all of them a dull brown color. From afar, they looked ordinary. However, only a person of Hanshaw's level could understand the different and mysterious energies contained within them. Chapter 451. 12 spheres appeared in the center of the altar. This area, which was originally devoid of any elements, was suddenly filled with extremely dense elements of various elements. The 4 humanoid creatures with 5 horns on their heads on the altar quickly threw a large number of hearts and crystal cores of magical beasts into the center of the wide-open mouth. Nearly 1,000 of these creatures were worshipping below the altar. Their pale green eyes were filled with excitement. Just like those religious fanatics that Han Shoror had seen before, they had a kind of paranoid, unreasonable madness. Their green-skinned bodies trembled slightly, and their buzzing sounds gradually grew louder. Hiding in the lush foliage of a large tree, Han Shoror could clearly see everything that was happening in the great lake in front of him. Han Shoror's heart was filled with uncontrollable greed towards that sphere that emitted the pure element of death. However, Han Shoror did not dare to act blindly without thinking. Each of the 4 strange creatures with 5 horns on their heads had an aura as frightening as that of the ancient lizard king, a demigod existence. If these 4 creatures were to join hands and form an encirclement, even Han Shoror had no confidence in escaping. With eyes sparkling with greed, Han Shoror stared unwaveringly at the sphere that was filled with the rich element of death. His brain started to churn as he thought of a way to obtain that sphere. Suddenly, his consciousness sensed 3 equally powerful auras. The appearance of these 3 slowly approaching presences caused Han Shoror's eyes to light up. Han Shoror, who had been carefully concealing himself all along, gradually approached the 3 presences, and stealthily released a strand of aura that would be hard for an average person to detect. As expected, the strand of aura that Han Shoror had deliberately leaked was immediately sensed by the 3 experts. With Han Shoror as the center, the 3 presences converged in an extremely short period of time. In the blink of an eye, the 3 mighty existences from profound continent that had entered the lake one after another suddenly froze not far from Han Shoror. "Oh, it's you, old monster," the old man with long eyebrows that extended to his neck suddenly exclaimed as soon as he arrived. He looked at the former state preceptor of the Verdun dynasty, Statholm, with some astonishment. "Reynolds, you little fellow, you're not dead yet." "Hoo-hoo, very good, very good." The handsome and somewhat bewitching Statholm's mouth curved into a cheerful smile as he teased the thunder-sacred magus of the Brut Merchant Alliance. "Statholm, long time no see." The dignified lady who was shrouded in a thin layer of mist was the last to arrive. She glanced at Statholm and greeted him softly. "Sister Tiana." Old monster Statholm bowed to the noblewoman who was shrouded in mist from afar and said with a smile, "This is..." The noblewoman called Tiana nodded her head in greeting to the old monster. Soon after, she looked suspiciously at the smiling Han Shoror and asked, "Hehe, I'm just a nobody." "Yes, I'm from Lancelot Empire." Han Shoror gracefully bowed to the 3, but his heart was filled with astonishment. He didn't expect that the old man with long eyebrows that extended to his neck was the thunder-sacred magus of the Brut Merchant Alliance, Reynolds dealer. As a high-ranking member of the Dark Mantle, Han Shoror knew how great the prestige of this old man was in the Brut Merchant Alliance. Even the leaders of the several large merchant guilds that made up the Brut Merchant Alliance had to be respectful when they saw this old man. They absolutely wouldn't dare to be impudent in front of him. However, among the 3, such a character was the weakest in strength. Compared to Statholm the old monster and the noblewoman called Tiana, Reynolds, this thunder-sacred magus, was really lacking by quite a bit. No matter how powerful Reynolds was in the sacred realm, he was only a sacred expert. However, from the noblewoman called Tiana and Statholm the old monster, Han Shoror sensed the frightening aura of a demigod expert. The thunderous name of Statholm the old monster was something that Han Shoror had heard countless times. The fact that this old pervert, who had been the state preceptor of the Verdun dynasty 100 years ago, was able to break through to the demigod realm was enough to show how frightening his strength was. However, Statholm the old monster, whose age absolutely didn't match his appearance, had addressed the noblewoman as Big Sister Tiana. Han Shoror could be considered a high-ranking member of the Dark Mantle, but he still didn't know who this noblewoman was. He only knew from the way Statholm addressed her that this woman should be a bit older than Statholm. Lancelot Empire? When did such a young expert appear in the Lancelot Empire? Tiana was somewhat astonished. She looked at Statholm the old monster and thunder-sacred magus Reynolds in confusion. "Brian? You're the city lord of Brettel City, Brian? Statholm frowned at first, but soon came to a sudden realization. His eyes suddenly burst with a brilliant light, shining directly on Hanshaw's body. That's right, Hanshaw calmly admitted. No wonder. It looks like the rumors are credible. I've always thought that the Lancelot Empire was exaggerating to be able to force two sacred rank experts to retreat. Now it looks like it's true. The old monster nodded. Thunder Sacred Magus Reynolds of the Brut Merchant Alliance also focused his attention on Hanshaw when he heard Hanshaw admit his identity. He carefully sized up Hanshaw a few times, and said with a strange expression, "So it's you." A very bold young man. Interesting. All right, let's cut the nonsense. You should have seen the situation up ahead. We don't need to worry about the ins and outs of the matter for the time being. However, I think everyone should know what those 12 spheres are. Each of those 4 fellows with 5 horns on their heads possesses the strength of a demigod. None of the 4 of us have any hope of succeeding if we go alone. Are any of you interested in joining forces? The upper-class Lady Tiana interrupted. Of course, and the sooner the better. Statholm the old monster was the first to agree. The lightning sacred magus of the Brut Merchant Alliance, Reynold, not only immediately nodded in agreement, but also added, "I understand my own abilities. I only ask for that one origin crystal of thunder out of these 12 spheres, and I'll be responsible for the aftermath." All right, after the matter is done, the origin crystal of thunder is yours. Both of you will divide the rest of the loot after we get it, and distribute it according to how much effort we put in. Do you have any objections? Tiana looked at the old monster and Hanshaw, taking it for granted that Hanshaw would agree. She asked solemnly, "I have no objections. I believe Big Sister Tiana will arrange it well." Statholm shrugged his shoulders and replied easily. Soon after, he looked at Hanshaw and asked, "What about you?" Hanshaw indeed had the intention of joining hands with them. However, it seemed that all 3 of them knew the purpose of those spheres. Only Hanshaw, although he could sense the pure energy nurtured within them, didn't know what the 12 spheres were used for. Therefore, under Statholm's inquiry, Hanshaw awkwardly asked, I have no objections either. It's just that seniors, what exactly are those 12 spheres?" The 3 of them were stunned at the same time. They looked strangely at Hanshaw. Statholm stared blankly for a while before he smiled and said, "You don't know?" Nodding his head, Hanshaw honestly admitted, "I really don't know. When the origin crystal of element fuses with the soul of a magus, it can transform the soul into a soul of element. This will increase the magus affinity with the elements between heaven and earth by 100-fold, allowing them to reach the most tacit understanding of the elemental energy of that element. A magus who has formed a soul of element can cast magic instantaneously, speeding up the magus comprehension of the elemental energy of that element. Yes, in short, the benefits are too great to list." Statholm the old monster quickly explained to Hanshaw. Most importantly, only a magus who has formed a soul of element has the qualifications to become a god in that element of magic. The soul of element and the body of element are the foundations for a magus to become a god. The upper-class Lady Tiana added to Statholm the old monster with a solemn expression. Thunder Sacred Magus Reynolds' eyes shone brightly as soon as Tiana's words fell. Tiny bolts of lightning seemed to be shooting out from his pupils. It was obvious that he was very excited. Hanshaw also let out a soft cry of surprise. He finally understood why they were so excited and impatient. Soon after, he focused his attention on the 12 spheres in the distance. After a pause, he asked again, "There are still 4 spheres that don't have the presence of dense and clean elements. What's going on?" You've observed very carefully. Not all magic between heaven and earth must rely on elements. This is the case for the element of space and summoning. Yes, the interior of those 2 spheres are nebulae. Those are the profound truths of the laws of space and summoning. They can similarly fuse with the soul to form the soul of element. Their effects are somewhat similar to the soul of element. The soul of element can allow the magus of the 2 elements to have a more refined understanding of the profound truths of space and summoning. Only when one's comprehension of the mysteries of the laws reaches a certain level can one become a true god, and not a demigod. The upper-class Lady Tiana looked at Han Shoror in astonishment. She was a little amazed by Han Shoror's perceptive ability, and explained to him. The last two spheres are the one that constantly shoots out the light of fighting aura. It's suitable for swordsmen and knights to use, and can help martial artists like us form the soul of war. Its effects are different from the other two spheres, but their essential purpose is the same. It can help us save hundreds or even hundreds of years of accumulation, and give our soul the foundation to become a god. The last sphere is mixed with the aura of destruction. It's only suitable for paranoid people. Normal people would absolutely not be willing to touch it. Statholm added. Let's do it. There's no more time to talk. Tiana suddenly opened her mouth. An azure magic staff had already appeared in her hand as soon as she finished speaking. Chapter 452. As soon as Tiana took out the azure magic staff, the water element in the area that had once again thickened suddenly came alive. The originally dry air was filled with moist water vapor, and the hazy water vapor that had been lingering around Tiana became even more misty. Reynold is in charge of those aliens on the periphery. You two go closer and retrieve the origin crystal. I'll help you from the periphery with magic. Tiana took on the role of commander without any hesitation. The magic staff in her hand had already begun rapidly absorbing the dense water element in the area. Let's go. Statholm the old monster shouted in a low voice. A plain and unadorned long sword about 2 fingers wide appeared in his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already flown 100 meters away, charging straight at those aliens who were conducting some sort of evil ritual. Han Shoror was empty-handed. As soon as he saw Statholm make his move, he transformed into a streak of black lightning and followed closely behind Statholm. While he was in the air, Han Shoror's fingernails grew wildly. In the blink of an eye, they had grown to 1 meter long. The terrifying fingernails shone with the luster of a sharp blade. Demonic arts like demonic blades could only be practiced when one had reached the carnal realm, because only when one's demonic body had reached this realm would one be able to stimulate the growth of demonic claws. However, those of the demonic school naturally wouldn't call their crazily growing fingernails claws, hence the name demonic blades. After the fingernails grew to 1 meter long and were imbued with pure demonic yuan, the demonic blades formed truly had the sharpness of a sharp blade. They were even sharper than the average divine weapon. The name demonic blades was well deserved. From a distance, Han Shoror looked like he was holding 10 sharp, gleaming blades. Statholm the old monster took the time to glance behind him and was startled by the bizarre transformation of Han Shoror's hands. He thought to himself, is this kid even human? How can his fingernails be sharper than the edge of a blade? Buzz buzz. The aliens who were conducting some sort of evil ritual immediately sensed the impending danger. An ear-piercing sound suddenly resounded through the sky. If it weren't for the fact that Han Shoror and the other 3 were true experts, ordinary people like Cecilia would have ruptured their eardrums just from the buzz-buzz. You take the left, I'll take the right. Chard. Statholm the old monster bellowed. His handsome face had an unhealthy shade of ashen. Before Han Shoror could agree, the old monster's speed suddenly multiplied. In the blink of an eye, he streaked across the surface of the Great Lake and landed on the island filled with aliens. Statholm swung the long sword in his hand. His formless fighting aura burst forth like a flood. The dozen or so aliens that were closest to Statholm suddenly exploded when they were still 3 meters away from him. Swordsmen and knights would have different colors once they obtained fighting aura. From the light blue of a trainee swordsman to the golden yellow of a sacred swordsman, they were all different. Legend has it that only experts who had broken through to sacred swordsmen would be able to return to their original state and make their fighting aura colorless and formless. This Statholm before him was clearly a true expert who had broken through to the sacred swordsman realm. If it wasn't for Han Shoror's powerful consciousness that allowed him to constantly pay attention to Statholm's movements, he might not have been able to detect the extremely terrifying formless fighting aura condensed in his long sword. This kind of formless fighting aura contained a frightening power that would give anyone a headache in battle. Powerful indeed. He was indeed a genuine demigod expert. No wonder sacred swordsmen Karl and Dempus were defeated with their tails between their legs. After witnessing the old monster Statholm's attacks, Hanshaw inwardly came to a conclusion. While observing Statholm, Hanshaw's own movements weren't slow at all. When Statholm swept out with his sword, Hanshaw had also fallen into the group of aliens on the other side. Close to 100 aliens with 1 or 2 horns on their heads, green skin, and python tails fixed their ice-cold and emotionless green eyes on Hanshaw's body. Dozens of aliens had already charged over. This demonic technique of the demonic blades, I'll use you guys to try it out. Hanshaw sneered and muttered to himself in a low voice. His hands that were as sharp as blades suddenly intersected and danced at high speed. Streaks of dazzling rays of light flashed and Hanshaw swept forward amidst his sneer. The dozens of aliens surrounding him seemed to have been sliced by a sharp weapon at high speed. Their bodies that were dashing towards Hanshaw suddenly split into pieces. Some of the aliens still maintained their running motions, but their heads and half of their bodies suddenly flew out. The dozens of aliens turned into broken limbs in the blink of an eye. Perhaps it was because the demonic blades were swung too quickly by Hanshaw, or perhaps it was because the demonic blades were too sharp, but these aliens didn't even let out a scream. There wasn't even a hint of pain on their faces. In the blink of an eye, all of them had turned into broken limbs. As if an invisible sharp weapon was constantly whirling around Hanshaw, as he dashed towards the center of the small island, the bodies of the aliens surrounding him strangely split into pieces. Not a single one of them could even get within 3 meters of Hanshaw. Lightning Sacred Magus Reynold, who had just released a large-scale lightning magic, had an ugly expression on his face. He said in a low voice, "What a terrifying kid. No wonder Brettel City dares to be so presumptuous." As soon as Reynolds' words fell, dense elements of lightning suddenly converged from all directions. Under the clear sky, hundreds and thousands of lightning bolts the size of an infant's arm intertwined in the air like dragons and snakes, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. All of them smashed towards the island at the center of the Great Lake. Hanshaw had finally experienced how frightening the magic of a sacred magus was. Hundreds and thousands of lightning bolts struck, as if a thunderstorm had fallen from the clear sky. The sky was filled with frightening lightning bolts of varying thicknesses. Although Reynolds' target was only the island at the center of the Great Lake, the area covered by the lightning omnipresent magic was obviously not limited to that. Under the intertwining of the lightning, the clear blue lake suddenly turned into a sea of electricity. The rumbling thunder completely shattered the tranquility of the Great Lake. Columns of water mixed with the power of lightning soared into the sky. These water columns were extremely turbid, having been blasted out from the deepest part of the lake by the lightning power. Strands of lightning power flooded the Great Lake. There were also some small fishes and shrimps that couldn't even be considered as magical beasts. All of them floated to the surface with their bellies turned white and dead. The outer perimeter was already so frightening. Naturally, the aliens on the island, who were the main target, were in an even more tragic state. Lightning bolts as thick as an infant's arm struck down densely, leaving almost no gaps between them. After the lightning power entered the bodies of the aliens, all of them collapsed with thick black smoke rising from their bodies. Under the attack of the lightning power, not a single one of the aliens with 3 horns or less survived. The 3-horned aliens were trembling uncontrollably. They should have suffered serious injuries. Only the 4-horned alien was unscathed. Their green eyes locked onto Statholm and Hanshaw, preparing to gang up on the two. Before the lightning bolts from the 4 5-horned alien leaders could approach them, they were already destroyed by the energy they emitted. They couldn't cause any injuries at all. Of the 4 alien leaders, 2 remained where they were, continuing to maintain the operation of the altar. The other 2 slowly rose into the air and gradually moved towards Statholm and Hanshaw. As the main attackers, Hanshaw and Statholm naturally wouldn't be affected by this kind of large-scale lightning magic. They continued to charge towards the altar with unstoppable momentum. The aliens with 1 or 2 horns on their heads didn't have any opportunity to attack Hanshaw and Statholm. Under the attacks of the two, they could only be slaughtered. The aliens with 3 horns on their heads could already make use of their high speed and the defensive strength of their bodies to barely block the attacks of the two. However, they still couldn't stop the two from charging forward. However, the aliens with 4 horns on their heads could already fly high in the sky. More than a dozen of these aliens separately surrounded Hanshaw and Statholm. Even the sharp longswords and weapons in Statholm's and Hanshaw's hands could only leave bloody marks on their bodies. They couldn't kill them as easily as before. Although the aliens with 4 horns on their heads were a bit weaker than the human sacred swordsmen, the difference wasn't too great. Even Hanshaw and Statholm were temporarily trapped by these terrifying aliens with 4 horns on their heads. What was even more frightening was that 2 of the alien leaders with 5 horns on their heads had already walked down from the altar. Hanshaw had long been aware of the strength of these 2 alien leaders. Their green eyes were cold and devoid of any human emotion. As they approached, a destructive aura began to madly converge on their bodies. "Elder Sister Tiana, we can start now." Suddenly, the old monster Statholm yelled loudly. "Hold on for 2 minutes. We'll be done soon." Tiana's response came from an unknown distance away. Hanshaw could feel the temperature of the entire space rapidly cooling down. The Great Lake below, which had been raging just a moment ago, had actually turned into a thick layer of ice at some unknown time. Lightning and thunder still crashed down from the sky from time to time, but they couldn't break through the thick layer of ice. What was more shocking was that the surrounding temperature was still plummeting. There didn't seem to be a shred of warmth between heaven and earth other than a bone-chilling cold. Chapter 453. The moment the 2 5-horned aliens landed, Hanshaw immediately felt a heavy pressure bearing down on him. One of them soared into the air and flew towards Hanshaw. The 5 horns on his head shot out a cold, dark green light at the same time. From afar, the horns on his head looked like 5 emeralds. Before Hanshaw could react, he suddenly felt 5 mysterious forces fiercely stabbing into his divine sense. The 5 forces were like sharp awls, immediately bringing an indescribable pain to Hanshaw. It was as if his divine sense had suffered a heavy blow. The spinning demonic blades in Hanshaw's hands suddenly came to a halt. The 7 4-horned aliens who had been surrounding Hanshaw swiftly surrounded him. The horns on their heads also lit up with a dark green light. In an instant, 28 mysterious forces frantically surged into Hanshaw's divine sense. Within Hanshaw's divine sense, there were suddenly another 28 weaker soul attacks. A splitting headache. This was the most intuitive feeling. The intense pain even caused Hanshaw to temporarily feel dizzy and hallucinate. The mysterious soul attacks were very simple, but they brought a pain that felt like blades were twisting and turning in one's mind. Many years of cultivation in demonic arts had caused Hanshaw's pain tolerance to reach a perverse level. The demonic arts had caused Hanshaw's soul to evolve into a high-level divine sense. This allowed his divine sense to possess unimaginable tenacity and miraculousness. His daily frenzied tempering of his physical body and the unbearable pain torture caused the sudden burst of pain in his mind. The resulting dizziness only lasted for 2 seconds. 2 seconds later, the blood essence in his demonic infant suddenly boiled. Hanshaw's divine sense instantly obtained boundless power. Suddenly, the divine sense in his mind strangely disintegrated into thousands of strands. The attack on Hanshaw's divine sense suddenly lost its target. In the next moment, Hanshaw's divine sense that had been scattered into thousands of strands reassembled at the demonic infant. His divine sense reappeared. Sensing the reappearance of the divine sense, a total of 33 soul attacks reacted. However, before they could attack again, the divine sense that had fused with the demonic infant suddenly formed an extremely fierce suction force. The demonic art of assimilation began to circulate wildly, and the all-devouring attribute of a demonic cultivator began to surge wildly with the demonic infant as the foundation. All the attacks that were aimed at Han Shuor's divine sense didn't even have time to withdraw from Han Shuor's body before the 28 mysterious forces were all trapped by the suction force. Han Shuor's divine sense tightened. Like a whale sucking in water, the 28 soul-attacking forces all entered the demonic infant's small mouth. Before Han Shuor could cry out in joy, the 5 mysterious forces that had attacked Han Shuor's soul first seemed to have reacted one step ahead of him. Just as Han Shuor's divine sense returned to the demonic infant and formed the demonic art of assimilation, the 5 mysterious forces seemed to sense danger and flew out of Han Shuor's body ahead of time. Roar! Han Shuor let out a loud roar as he sensed the demonic infant analyzing and absorbing the new mysterious forces. The demonic blades in his hands began to spin again. By the time the 5 horns on the head of the foreign tribe leader shone brightly, the 7 four-horned foreign tribe experts had already charged over. Right now, there seemed to be a hint of fear in their icy green eyes as they stared at Han Shuor. The 4 horns on each of their heads seemed to have dimmed a little. Only the 5 horns on the head of the foreign tribe leader who had descended from the altar remained unchanged. It seemed that the 5 mysterious forces that had left Han Shuor's body earlier had been retracted and returned to his body. Therefore, he wasn't affected at all. Before he reached the carnal realm, Han Shuor understood that demonic arts that harmed others to benefit oneself had a miraculous effect of devouring. As Han Shuor's realm increased, the demonic infant's ability to devour energy for its own became more and more obvious. However, perhaps because demonic cultivators belonged to the extreme evil alignment, the demonic infant's devouring ability seemed to reject all energy of the god of light, including some positive energy such as fighting aura. It seemed that the demonic infant was trying to preserve the pure evil energy within Han Shuor's body. As for the chaotic negative energy that brought about evil and rage, no matter how strange and mysterious its origin, the demonic infant would always be able to miraculously absorb it once it entered the depths of Han Shuor's body and convert it into the purest energy suitable for the demonic infant's growth and evolution. This was the case for the evil energy in Elizabeth's body, and the energy in the body of the foreign tribe leader who was clearly not a benevolent being. Unknowingly, Han Shuor realized that he was the great heretic of the evil alignment. All evil energy seemed to be at his disposal. I really am a bad person. And I'm a bad person who specializes in dealing with bad people. Han Shuor thought self-deprecatingly. The demonic blades in his hands spun at high speed, and rays of light that were hard to see with the naked eye flashed past. Previously, Han Shuor could only use the demonic blades to leave bloody marks on the bodies of the 4-horned foreign tribe members who were too close to him to retreat. However, Han Shuor suddenly realized that under the rays of the demonic blades, the 7 foreign tribe experts around him were once again inflicted with wounds that were so deep that their bones could be seen. The green eyes of the 7 foreign tribe experts surrounding him turned from fear to dread. All of a sudden, the 7 foreign tribe experts moved away from Han Shuor in unison. Their bodies were covered in wounds, and the foul green blood flowed endlessly. Han Shuor was also stunned. He looked at the meter-long demonic blades with some astonishment. He couldn't understand why the demonic blades were suddenly able to inflict more damage on the 7 foreign tribe members. After thinking about it carefully, Han Shuor realized that the only difference between this attack and the previous one was that the demon infant had absorbed the strange energy from the 7 foreign tribe members' soul attacks. Could it be because the demon infant had absorbed the 28 mysterious energies of the foreign tribe members? Without waiting for Han Shuor to ponder deeply, the old monster Statholm's shout came from not far away. Hey! Big Sister Tiana, can you hurry up? Han Shuor turned his head to look and suddenly discovered that Statholm's body was slithering like a snake among the foreign tribe members. The lily embroidered at the corner of his robe, which was holding a long sword, was stained with green blood. Statholm seemed to be a germaphobe, and he seemed extremely dissatisfied with the green blood splattered on the lily embroidery on his robe. As he slithered through the group of foreign tribe members, he brandished his sword and cut off the corner of his robe that was stained with green blood from time to time. At this critical moment of life and death, he didn't forget to keep his robe clean. Han Shuor didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, although Statholm seemed to be in a flurry, It was only because he was worried about the filth of the green-skinned foreign tribe members. After a careful look, Hanshoro couldn't help but sigh at how experienced and powerful the old monster Statholm was. He didn't allow the five-horned foreign tribe leader to get close to him. Instead, he circled around the four-horned foreign tribe members that surrounded him, walking in a wondrous manner. From time to time, he would brandish his sword and strike, and a bloody hole would appear on the body of a foreign tribe member. The older, the wiser. This old monster is a cunning and seasoned opponent. Hanshoro inwardly judged Statholm. All right. Tiana, the upper-class woman, who was hiding somewhere in the distance, shouted softly. Soon after, the bone-piercing coldness multiplied in the area. Strands of bone-piercing cold air swam like long dragons. Even the four-horned foreign tribe members were immediately turned into ice sculptures when they were swept by the strands of cold air. Among them, 4 of the thickest cold air took shape in a flash, and fiercely enveloped the 4 five-horned foreign tribe leaders on the island. 2 of them were on the altar, and the other 2 were below it. They were shrouded by 4 thick, bone-piercing cold air that Tiana had specially prepared for them. The 4 leaders, who were nearly a head taller than the average foreign tribe member, did not immediately turn into ice sculptures even under the 4 strands of cold air that could freeze space. However, they were still affected by the frightening cold air. Their bodies rapidly froze at a speed visible to the naked eye. The body of the foreign tribe leader that was chasing the old monster Statholm creaked as it flew at high speed. His speed slowed down little by little, until he became as slow as a snail. It was obvious that his bodily functions had been largely frozen by the absolute cold air. Tiana unleashed a spell, and the world turned into a world of ice. The entire lake was completely frozen. The cold wind, the air, and the human figures seemed to all come to a standstill. Apart from the old monster Statholm and Hanshoro, there was not a single living human figure, wind, or air. Hanshoro shuddered as well. He cursed inwardly, "It's so damn cold." Looking at the five-horned foreign tribe member in front of him, who was slowly twisting his body like a robot, Hanshoro could finally be sure that Tiana was a water divine magus. Otherwise, the bone-piercing cold air would not have been able to freeze this demigod-level foreign tribe member. "Now, go get the thing." A loud shout suddenly came from Tiana's mouth. Her voice was mixed with a hint of unconcealable excitement. The origin crystal of water. Even though this water divine magus had lived for an unknown number of years, and had hidden in the shadows of the continent for an unknown number of years, it still held an irresistible allure for her. "Go!" The old monster Statholm roared. A new set of silver-grey robes embroidered with lilies replaced his original tattered robes. His eyes were filled with fervor as he stared at the orb that was endlessly circulating with the light of fighting aura. His body shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Hanshoro was not to be left behind. For the first time, he unleashed the art of the demonic ninth heavens at full force. Reno and Tiana could not see his flight trajectory at all. When he reached the top of the altar, the illusory figure that was originally standing below the altar had yet to disappear from their eyes. Chapter 454. When Hanshoro and Statholm the old monster arrived at the top of the altar, they stretched out their hands towards the 12 spheres propped up by the tentacles without any hesitation. Naturally, Statholm the old monster first grabbed the sphere sparkling with the light of fighting aura. Hanshoro had long since set his sights on the sphere emitting the pure element of death. His body also happened to land in that area. As he stretched out his hand, the 1-meter-long fingernails of the demonic blades mysteriously shrank and disappeared. Just as Hanshoro's hand was about to land on the sphere, a sudden change occurred. The 12 tentacles that had been motionless all this time suddenly began to wriggle wildly. Hanshoro's outstretched hand actually missed. "Hey!" Statholm cried out in surprise. His body suddenly spun at high speed, staring straight at the fighting aura sphere. His 2 hands turned into phantoms as he stared fixedly at the sphere. The 12 tendon-like tentacles wriggled like monsters. Thick green mist suddenly emerged from the center of the altar and spread to all corners of the island in a flash. Hanshoro shuddered. He suddenly had an extremely uneasy feeling. At the same time, The green skin of the 4 penthorned aliens that had been frozen by Tiana's frigid aura made popping noises under the green mist. Their stiff bodies began to tremble with creaking noises. Their sluggish movements became faster and faster. The green eyes of the 2 alien leaders on the altar shone with cold light as they respectively stared at Han-Shoror and Statholm. "Quick, they've broken the seal." Tiana's voice was extremely anxious as she suddenly shouted from afar. Han-Shoror was dumbfounded. His demonic yuan immediately circulated at the fastest speed he had ever circulated in his life. Just as the alien with the python tail on the altar was charging over, Han-Shoror suddenly let out a loud cry. The 12 mystical demons that had been lurking in the surroundings in a state of nothingness suddenly solidified. Each and every one of them let out ferocious and terrifying shrieks as they lunged at the 12 spheres. Han-Shoror didn't pay any attention to the alien who was shooting towards him at high speed. He raised his speed to the maximum and stared at the orb that was overflowing with pure death element. Vaguely, Han-Shoror had a bad feeling. Although he was confident in the speed of the 12 mystical demons, the altar that was giving off a strange smell and the green mist that was suddenly spewing out made Han-Shoror's heart palpitate. Therefore, he did not place all his hopes on the 12 mystical demons. His main body also acted without hesitation. Buzz, all of a sudden, an extremely frightening howl came from the mouth at the center of the altar, which was filled with viscous liquid. A chill that made people's hair stand on end instantly spread across the entire area. This sharp, sword-like howl carried an indestructible soul attack. Compared to the soul attack of the 5-horned alien leader, this one was more than 10 times more powerful. Han-Shoror's consciousness was struck before it could completely disperse. The piercing pain exceeded any pain that Han-Shoror had experienced over the years. The unbearable pain in his consciousness caused Han-Shoror to immediately feel dizzy. In an instant, Han-Shoror's mind was filled with illusions and his limbs were cold and powerless. With his consciousness severely injured, Han-Shoror's body involuntarily plummeted from the sky. All of a sudden, Han-Shoror, whose mind was filled with illusions, suddenly felt 12 kinds of light stabbing pain in his consciousness at the same time. Of course, compared to the stabbing pain from the previous howl, this kind of pain was practically negligible. However, it was precisely because of these 12 stabbing pains in his consciousness that Han-Shoror, who had been dazed and hallucinated by the howl aimed at him, suddenly woke up. His body no longer helplessly plummeted. In the next moment, Han-Shoror understood that the 12 mystical demons he had painstakingly refined had all been annihilated. Even Han-Shoror's consciousness would suffer heavy damage from the frightening howl mixed with the power of the soul attack. Naturally, the 12 mystical demons refined from his blood essence would not be able to escape this calamity. Having regained consciousness, Han-Shoror hastily stopped his body. Suddenly, Han-Shoror discovered that there were 3 spheres emitting different kinds of energy beside him. An origin crystal of the pure element of death, an origin crystal of the pure element of darkness, and a sphere brimming with the energy of destruction. Perhaps it was because the 3 spheres were treasures that only evil experts would willingly possess, they had been staying together all this time. When that dreadful howl sounded, the 12 muscles that were madly twisting stopped moving. Although Han-Shoror's consciousness had suffered a heavy blow and was on the verge of collapsing, he still managed to arrive in front of the 3 spheres by sheer willpower. Of course, the 12 mystical demons also played a part in this. If the death of the 12 mystical demons had not reflected the pain to him, the host, he most likely would have involuntarily fallen into the disgusting mouth at the center of the altar. Without any hesitation, Han-Shoror forcefully endured the discomfort in his head and took out the Demon Slayer edge that was still in hibernation. He used the sharpness of the Demon Slayer edge to cut off the 3 flesh tendons. The space ring flashed and the flesh tendons holding the 3 spheres all fell into the ring. Only after the 3 spheres were successfully collected did Han-Shoror feel a little better from the pain of losing 12 mystical demons. With a quick glance, Han-Shoror saw an origin crystal of fire 10 meters away from him. Just as he was about to make a move to collect it, he suddenly heard the old monster Statholm yell, "Run!" This loud yell from the old monster Statholm was specifically directed at Han-Shoror. Han-Shoror immediately turned his head to look at the old monster Statholm. He suddenly discovered that the old monster's silver-grey robe was already covered in fresh blood. The color of the blood was dark red. Blood flowed continuously from his 7 orifices. It seemed that the fresh blood on the new robe obviously came from the old monster himself. Statholm's devilishly handsome demeanor was nowhere to be seen. His sorry state caused Hanshaw to feel somewhat apprehensive. He didn't even bother to clean up the fresh blood on his body. He only stared at the disgusting mouth that had been continuously throwing magical beast cores and hearts into it. Following Statholm's line of sight, Hanshaw couldn't help but look down. He saw a large green head covered in sticky pus slowly squeezing out of the disgusting mouth. Hanshaw could tell that this was the head of another green-skinned alien. This head was even larger than the 4 alien leaders. Most importantly, there were 6 sharp horns on his head. Aliens with only 5 horns already possessed terrifying strength comparable to demigods. Hanshaw didn't dare to imagine just how frightening the strength of this alien with 6 horns on his head would be. Even with Hanshaw's consciousness, he couldn't even sense the existence of this alien who had emerged. Based on Hanshaw's understanding of demonic arts, he was certain that this alien's strength far exceeded anyone in this area. No wonder the old monster Statholm was so afraid to leave. This alien that was about to emerge most likely had the strength of a true god. Go! This loud yell came from Tiana. When Tiana's voice rang out, Hanshaw had already sensed that she was about to take action. Her aura was getting farther and farther away from this area. Go! The old monster yelled again. He turned a blind eye to the remaining origin crystals around him and flew away at a speed even faster than he had rushed over. Even with his heavily injured body, he was still able to display a speed even faster than when he had come. This was enough to show that he had overdrawn his strength to escape. My origin crystal of thunder. Reynolds' anguished and unwilling cry came from afar. He was jumping madly in the void, but Stratholm the old monster did not stop even for a moment because of him. Stratholm the old monster came to help him collect the origin crystal of thunder that was not far from him. At this point, Hanshaw didn't hesitate at all. When the old monster Statholm made his move, Hanshaw also gathered all the strength in his body to escape. Finally, he turned his head to look regretfully at the remaining spheres. There were a total of 12 spheres. Hanshaw had obtained 3, while the other 2 spheres brimming with fighting aura and pure water element had disappeared. They should have been successfully collected by the old monster Statholm. The remaining 7 spheres, including the origin crystal of thunder, remained motionless. However, neither the old monster Statholm nor Hanshaw dared to stay and collect them. The 4 5-horned aliens were gathered at the place where the terrifying 6-horned alien had torn open the giant mouth. Strangely, they didn't chase after Hanshaw and Statholm. Instead, they joined forces to tear open the giant mouth and help the most terrifying 6-horned alien break free. My origin crystal. Thunder Sacred Magus Reynold of the Brut Merchant Alliance stared fixedly at the origin crystal of thunder in the distance, jumping up and yelling loudly. If you don't go, you'll die here. The old monster Statholm vomited blood and came to Reynolds' side. After saying these words, he fled in a panic, as if he didn't look at Reynolds again. My origin crystal. Reynolds suddenly stopped jumping up and down. However, he seemed to have turned silly as he stared blankly at the origin crystal emitting pure energy in the distance, muttering to himself. Hanshaw crossed the distance of 1,000 meters and arrived beside Reynolds like lightning. Looking at the dumbfounded Reynolds, Hanshaw didn't say a word and quickly followed behind Statholm. Reynolds was the Thunder Sacred Magus of the Brut Merchant Alliance. Hanshaw had the least favorable impression of the Brut Merchant Alliance. Reynolds, who had always liked to meddle in the affairs of the Brut Merchant Alliance, might have even secretly attacked Brettel City before. In the future, he would definitely be Hanshaw's enemy. Naturally, Hanshaw wouldn't care whether he lived or died. Chapter 455. Very soon, Hanshaw caught up from behind and caught up with Statholm the old monster and the water divine Magus Tiana. Just as the 3 of them reached the area where the defense had been penetrated, an incomparably terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire space. A heavy, suffocating pressure immediately appeared. Han Shoror and the other two exchanged horrified looks. Suddenly, Statholm the old monster yelled, "Oh no, he's coming out." Han Shoror and Tiana both understood who the old monster was talking about. Tiana's graceful and calm expression changed. She hastily extended her hand and pressed it against the space protected by the strange power. An icicle sparkling with cold light suddenly condensed in the palm of her hand. The dense water element within it was extremely frightening. She casually pierced it into the space of the defense. Creak. The icicle condensed by the water divine Magus felt as if it had stabbed into the hardest iron and stone in the world. The icicle rapidly shattered from head to tail. The hearts of the three suddenly sank. Old Monster Statholm the old monster hastily asked, "Big Sister Tiana, what's wrong?" "The power has increased. I can't break through this defense." Tiana's voice carried a hint of panic. Her charming face turned somewhat ugly. Old Monster Statholm's eyebrows shot up violently. He had been holding the long sword in his hand and had never put away his space ring. His colorless and formless fighting aura suddenly burst forth with an invincible aura. A dazzling white light flashed. Clang! Statholm's attack, which he had gathered the rest of his strength to bombard the defensive space, also felt as if he had bombarded an unshakable iron and stone. Old Monster Statholm's right arm trembled slightly as he retracted it. His face was aghast as he shouted in a panicked voice, "I can't break through it either." One of them used a magical attack, while the other used a physical attack. Both were to no avail. "That guy has come out. He's strengthened his defense. I'm afraid we can't break through this defense," Han Shoror said in a low voice as he looked at the two panicking demigod experts. He understood that the six-horned alien must have exerted his strength. Buzz, a strange whistling sound rang out from afar. It was different from the soul attack that was used against Han Shoror. This whistling sound had a strange effect, as though it could tear the sky apart. Ripples appeared in the sky, and colorful cracks appeared in the void. Statholm the old monster and Tiana looked at each other and gasped at the same time. They stared at the colorful cracks in the void, their faces ugly to the extreme. Statholm, who had just taken out a scroll, looked at Tiana, wanting to cry but having no tears to shed. He said, "The space undulations are too violent. There's no way to release space magic scrolls. This bastard has cut off all our hopes of escaping." At this point, even Tiana was at her wit's end. She shook her head and sighed, saying, "It looks like we're going to die here. Statholm, I'm the one who got you into trouble this time. Who would have thought that an even more terrifying guy would show up?" Given the strength of the two demigods, they had no way to break through the defense shrouding the area with their own strength. They could only use the space magic scrolls, which were the best at preserving their lives, to tear through space and escape. However, the appearance of the sharp whistling sound caused the space to crack. Space magic scrolls were completely useless in the chaotic space. To them, there was indeed no hope of escaping. "I'll do it." Han Shoror, who had been quiet all along but had maintained his calm, suddenly said. The reason why Han Shoror had maintained a calm expression and mood from beginning to end was that Han Shoror still had a trump card. The two demigod experts' gazes instantly landed on Han Shoror. The old monster was dumbfounded, and said, You have a way." Without answering, Han Shoror chanted an incantation, and the simple-looking Earth elite zombie suddenly appeared. The old monster, Statholm, and Tiana suddenly looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with doubt, as though they had no idea what such a low-level zombie warrior could do at this time. However, something astonishing suddenly happened right under their noses. They saw the rather simple and honest zombie warrior suddenly melt into the earth as soon as he landed. The hard earth seemed to have no hindrance to him at all. His body rapidly disappeared. In this world, although Earth Magi could utilize the energy of the earth, they could only utilize it for attack or defense. They couldn't be like the Earth Elite Zombie, who was the darling of the Earth, who could subtly utilize the energy of the Earth to travel as he pleased. Therefore, when the Earth Elite Zombie's body sank into the depths of the Earth like water, The two divine priests could only stare blankly at the unbelievable reality placed before them. They were unable to accept the absurdity of the situation, which caused them to be momentarily absent-minded. "Let's go," Han Shoror, who had already entered the depths of the tunnel, softly shouted at the two demigods. The two demigod existences' originally dumbfounded expressions were suddenly replaced by wild joy. They looked at each other, and hastily leaped into the tunnel that the Earth Elite zombie had opened up. Save me." Just as the three descended into the depths of the earth, lightning sacred Magus Reynolds' cries sounded from afar. His voice was filled with fear, as though he was rushing towards them at high speed. A heavy, suffocating pressure rapidly approached them from afar. Han Shoror, Tiana, who had just entered the tunnel, immediately understood what had happened. The six-horned alien had come out, and Reynolds was fleeing in their direction at high speed. He was probably being pursued by the alien expert. Han Shoror glanced at Statholm and Tiana, and discovered that the two were simultaneously creasing their brows, but with an extremely tacit understanding, they maintained their silence. Reynolds had been abandoned by the two. Han Shoror immediately understood. Naturally, Han Shoror knew what to do. He gave an order to the Earth Elite zombie. The hole above the tunnel that the three had just entered was slowly sealed up by a thick layer of earth. When Stratholm the old monster and Tiana saw the last ray of light vanish above their heads, they breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It was as though a boulder had been lifted from their hearts, and their faces relaxed somewhat. In the darkness, Han Shoror could clearly see their expressions, and gained a deeper understanding of human nature. Every man for himself, and heaven and earth destroy. "Thank you, Brian. You are a miraculous young man," Statholm the old monster, who was following behind Han Shoror, suddenly said. "You're welcome. We're companions, it's what I should do." Han Shoror immediately replied in the darkness, but in his heart, he didn't think much of it. The reason why Han Shoror had brought the other two into the tunnel was because he couldn't be sure whether they would encounter even more terrifying dangers later on. Vaguely, Han Shoror could feel that it wouldn't be so easy to escape this time. With these two seasoned fellows by his side, the three of them might have a higher chance of escaping. That was why he selflessly brought them along. This time, Han Shoror and the other two had all obtained what they needed. Their strengths weren't too far apart, so they had a higher chance of escaping if they gathered together. As for Reynolds, his strength was a whole lot lower than the other three. He was no longer of any use at this time, so it was only natural that he would be abandoned. "Big Sister Tiana, here's your origin crystal of water." Statholm took out a ruby. As soon as the ruby was taken out, a faint, gentle red light appeared in the darkness. Statholm used the red light to pass the orb to Tiana. Turning his head to look behind him, Han Shoror saw an irrepressible excitement on Tiana's face. Her hand trembled as she held the orb. Her eyes sparkled as she murmured, "Origin crystal. I have an origin crystal." It would take some time to absorb the origin crystal. Although the three of them had all obtained what they needed during their escape, none of them had fused their souls with the origin crystal. Tiana had lived for who knew how many years. When the origin crystal fell into her space ring, the long years quickly calmed her excited emotions. She took a deep breath and looked at Han Shoror, who was leading the way. She asked, "How much longer until we can get out?" "Very soon, but I'm sure you can feel it too. Even in the depths of this earth, you can still feel that heavy pressure. I don't think we're truly safe yet," Han Shoror replied. Just 2 minutes after Han Shoror said those words, Earth Elite Zombie had already broken through the earth. A glaring light emerged from a hole in front of them. Shortly after, the three leapt out of the tunnel. Han Shoror looked around. Before he could clearly see where he was, his consciousness suddenly felt as though it was being locked on. It was an extremely bad feeling. Han Shoror immediately cried out in alarm, "He knows where we are." Although Statholm the old monster and Tiana didn't have as sensitive a perception as Han Shoror's consciousness, the suffocating pressure that had been enveloping them all along had yet to disappear. This made them immediately realize that what Han Shoror said was true. "Follow me, we'll talk as we go," Tiana hastily called out. The water vapor around her began to turn hazy again as she flew into the distance. Han-Shoror and Statholm followed closely behind. That six-horned tribal king of the soul race has locked onto our souls. As long as we are on Profound Continent, he will be able to find us. Their race is born with an extraordinary understanding of the soul. I'm sure you've experienced it yourself. There's no way we can break free from his soul lock, Tiana said to Han-Shoror and Statholm the old monster as they ran. Soul race? What race is that? How come I've never heard of it? Han-Shoror furrowed his brows. He maintained the same speed as the other two and hastily asked. It's not a race from Profound Continent. However, they once appeared on Profound Continent a few thousand years ago. Then, they mysteriously vanished and have never appeared again. As for why they would appear in Tarag Canyon this time, I have no idea either. I learned some things about this race by accident from an ancient scroll. I have no way of knowing the specific secrets from thousands of years ago. It was from their appearance that I guessed they were soul race, Tiana explained to Han-Shoror. As Tiana spoke, her bright eyes flickered for a moment. Han-Shoror had a feeling that Tiana should know more about the soul race than this. However, since Tiana didn't say it explicitly, Han-Shoror didn't press further. Big Sister Tiana, could it be that this six-horned tribal king of the soul race has recognized our souls? Is there really nothing we can do but wait for him to find us and kill us? Statholm the old monster was most concerned about his own safety and immediately asked about the main point. That's not it either. We now have the origin crystal in our hands. As long as we fuse it with our souls and form a soul of element, even this six-horned tribal king of the soul race won't be able to sense the location of our souls. Once the soul of element is formed, we will fuse with the omnipresent elements between heaven and earth. Naturally, he won't be able to find us, Tiana explained. However, to fuse the origin crystal into the soul, the time required is not something that can be done overnight. During this time, he can absolutely locate us according to the location of our souls and kill us one by one. What should we do? Statholm forced a smile. He had the regret of obtaining a treasure but not being able to enjoy it. Han-Shoror's heart jolted. He recalled that he could use the skeletal staff to descend his consciousness into the netherworld. Separated by an infinite distance of material planes, no matter how remarkable this six-horned tribal king of the soul race was, he most likely wouldn't be able to sense the location of his consciousness. In this way, Han-Shoror could completely fuse the origin crystal in the netherworld first and avoid the pursuit of this terrifying existence. This was the safest method. Besides, Han-Shoror's consciousness was different from Tiana Statholm's soul. When one's demonic arts reached a certain realm, the soul would evolve into an incomparably marvelous consciousness. Han-Shoror believed that as long as he was given a bit of time, his consciousness would absolutely be able to find a way to break away from the six-horned soul race's detection. Han-Shoror felt relieved when he thought of this. However, Han-Shoror was still very curious about this soul race. He was not in a hurry to leave, but stayed here to continue listening to the conversation between Tiana and Statholm the old monster. We still have another way. Tiana had a strange look on her face as she glanced at Statholm the old monster mid-flight. What is it? The old monster asked hastily, his expression shaken. By utilizing the convenience of the transportation matrices of various nations, we can be a bit faster than them. If we can bring them to a place where they have the strength to contend with them, and have them fight against those terrifying existences on Profound Continent, perhaps we will have a chance to escape with our life. Tiana said to Statholm after hesitating for a moment. The old monster's eyes abruptly lit up. He immediately understood Tiana's meaning and said, the existences on Profound Continent that can contend against that six-horned soul race can be counted on one hand. Moreover, most of them don't have a fixed residence. The only ones with a fixed location are the headquarters of the Church of Light and the Calamity Church. Han-Shoror, who was about to leave, was startled at first. But soon after, he decisively said, the Church of Light it is then. Tiana and Statholm the old monster both had strange expressions on their faces. The two exchanged glances and remained silent for a while. In the end, they silently nodded their heads, agreeing to Han Shuo's proposal. The Church of Light, which had always exterminated heretics to the last man, had such an obviously evil race appear in their headquarters. Han Shuo believed that something interesting would happen. Chapter 456. After coming to a decision, the three shared the same goal and began their grand escape plan. Having lost his 12 mystical demons, Han Shuo's consciousness could sense all kinds of life energy within a certain range. However, he couldn't probe every nook and cranny as clearly as the mystical demons could. Fortunately, Tiana and the old monster were more familiar with this place. Han Shuo only needed to follow behind them. Along the way, Tiana and the old monster Statholm did not engage in any meaningful conversation. Han Shuo was also unable to obtain too much useful information. Since the two were unwilling to speak, Han Shuo naturally couldn't force them. However, he secretly had a plan in mind. The entire profound continent was vast, with numerous countries, mountains, and seas. Apart from humans, all kinds of races could be found everywhere. No one knew exactly how many strange and extraordinary people there were on this continent. However, from the previous conversation between Tiana and Statholm, Han Shuo was almost certain that even Tiana and Statholm, who possessed demigod strength, weren't the strongest existences on the profound continent. However, from what they said, Han Shuo also learned that there were only a few existences on the entire profound continent who were more frightening than them. Thinking about it, Han Shuo had never even heard of some demigod existences. Naturally, Han Shuo had no way of knowing more frightening existences. As the two most powerful religious organizations on the continent, the Church of Light and the Calamity Church were able to spread their influence to every region of the continent. This was enough to show how powerful they were on the profound continent. For these two religious organizations to be able to stand tall on the profound continent for 1,000 years without falling, it was likely that no one would believe that they didn't have any experts. It was unreasonable for existences more powerful than Tiana and Statholm to be at the headquarters of these two churches. Elder sister Tiana, no matter how I think about it, I still feel that it's a little inappropriate. When we arrive at the headquarters of the Church of Light in Odin Empire, we will certainly bring immeasurable losses to the Church of Light. After that, the Church of Light will certainly not let us off. What should we do? When they arrived at a Brut Merchant Alliance city called Tujba, the three slowed down and landed. Old monster Statholm asked Tiana. There's nothing we can do. The Church of Light is quite close to here. Besides, the Church of Light has always been benevolent. I think they'll forgive us. She thought for a moment, then added, don't worry too much. The protector at the Church of Light's headquarters basically won't leave the headquarters. As long as we leave early after this, there shouldn't be any problems. I'm relieved to hear that. Statholm the old monster nodded as if he had understood something. It was unknown if he was relieved that the benevolent Church of Light would not attack them, or that the protector of the Church of Light would not be able to leave the headquarters. Tujba city was not far from Tariq city. It was also a large city belonging to the Brut Merchant Alliance. The three of them quickly arrived at the teleportation array in Tujba city. Han Shuo frowned and said, what do we do? Restrain the guards and force us to use the teleportation array? The teleportation arrays of every country were not accessible to ordinary people. Only special people with clear identities could use these teleportation arrays that ordinary people could not use even if they had the money. No need. Statholm the old monster smiled calmly. At some point in time, a sign appeared in his hand. He swaggered over to the person in charge of the magical transportation matrix, flashed the sign at them, and said, we're going to Thea City. The person in charge of the Brut Merchant Alliance did not say a word. He respectfully opened the teleportation array and let the three of them enter. A white light flashed, and the three of them appeared in Thea City of the Brut Merchant Alliance. Statholm the old monster, who had lived for God knows how many years, had seen the rise and fall of every country. It was not surprising that he had some trump cards that allowed him to move unhindered across every country. After arriving at Thea City, the three of them heaved a sigh of relief and continued flying towards Odin Empire. Taya city of the Brut Merchant Alliance was the city closest to Odin Empire. The teleportation arrays of any two countries would not connect. The three of them had no choice but to continue flying. Fortunately, the three of them had temporarily shaken off the six-horned tribal king of the soul race by using the teleportation array. They were no longer as nervous and anxious as before. The three of them possessed demigod strength and could fly extremely fast. In less than half a day, they had entered the most powerful empire on profound continent, Odin Empire. After arriving at Odin Empire, Statholm the Old Monster took out another token that represented a different identity and continued to use the teleportation array in Odin Empire without any hindrance. After 3 consecutive long-distance teleportations, the three of them finally appeared in the city closest to the headquarters of the Church of Light. This was a city named Sandro City in Odin Empire. After the three of them walked out from the teleportation array, they could see many temple knights and light priests of the Church of Light walking past them from time to time. The Church of Light had enormous influence in Odin Empire. This city closest to the sacred mountain of the Church of Light was jointly managed by the believers of both Odin Empire and the Church of Light. At a glance, Hanshor discovered that the buildings here gave off a strong religious atmosphere. Churches of the Church of Light could be seen everywhere. The vast majority of the residents living in Sandro City were devout believers of the Church of Light. Many believers of the Church of Light on profound continent would travel thousands of miles to live in this city. They believed that this city was closest to the God of Light and could allow them to listen to the teachings of the God of Light at a closer distance. All right, that fellow will need at least a day to catch up to us. We can make use of this time to rest for a while. I have just sustained some serious injuries. Fortunately, we left in time, or else I would have been stuck there forever, Statholm said to Hanshor and Hanshor after walking out from the teleportation array. All right, let's find a place to rest first. Hanshor immediately agreed. His consciousness had similarly sustained heavy injuries. In a day's time, that terrifying soul race tribesman would most likely be able to catch up to them. On top of that, this place was the headquarters of the Church of Light. Once Hanshor's identity was exposed, the Church of Light would definitely not let him off. The more strength he could recover, the better his chances of escaping would be. The trio did not say anything further. Hanshor concealed the aura on his body. Soon after, the trio found a remote inn and asked for 3 rooms that were right next to each other. The 6-horned tribal king of the soul race had memorized their souls. At present, the 3 were in the same boat and had a common enemy. However, Hanshor was still very cautious. As soon as he entered his room, he deployed a demonic formation. As long as there was the slightest disturbance in the surroundings, Hanshor would be able to react immediately. After everything was in place, Hanshor sat cross-legged and began to activate the blood essence in his demonic infant to repair his severely damaged consciousness. The 6-horned tribal king let out a shrill howl. Hanshor's consciousness was in agony as though it was being scraped by thousands of sharp knives. Had it not been for Hanshor's timely reaction to immediately divide his consciousness into thousands of strands and conceal it, it was very likely that his consciousness would have been directly destroyed. However, as long as his consciousness was not destroyed, he could use the blood essence in his demonic infant to activate the demonic yuan and reassemble his disintegrated consciousness. On the way to Sandro City, Hanshor had already begun to do so. Now that he had calmed his mind and focused all his attention on activating his blood essence, the speed at which his consciousness recovered immediately increased. The soul consisted of 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls were the Heaven Soul, Earth Soul, and Life Soul, while the 7 spirits were the Heaven Soul, Earth Soul, and Life Soul. The first spirit was the Heaven Soul, the second spirit was the Wisdom Soul, the third spirit was the Chi Soul, the fourth spirit was the Strength Soul, the fifth spirit was the Core, the sixth spirit was the Essence, and the 7th spirit was the Heroism. Among them, the 7 spirits were hidden within the body. As long as the 3 souls were not destroyed, the 7 spirits could be reassembled. The soul commonly referred to the 3 souls, heaven, earth, and life. Among the 3 souls, the life soul was the most important. As long as the life soul did not disperse, the soul would not disappear between heaven and earth. Han Shuo's demonic arts allowed the three souls, heaven, earth, and life, to fuse into one and form his consciousness. Not only did his consciousness possess marvelous abilities, but it could also be divided into thousands of strands and hidden within the seven spirits. When the six-horned tribal king launched a soul attack, Han Shuo's consciousness instantly separated and hid within the seven spirits, thus escaping the calamity. An ordinary person's three souls needed to be attached to the seven spirits to survive. In other words, once the physical body was destroyed, the three souls would cease to exist between heaven and earth. However, Han Shuo's consciousness did not have this limitation. Even if his physical body was pulverized and his seven spirits were completely destroyed, his consciousness could still wander out and choose a new body to be reborn in. However, if he wanted to regain his original strength, he would have to spend another 100 years to refine his physical body. However, although the consciousness could not be destroyed even if the physical body was destroyed, it would still require the energy of the seven spirits to recover once it was injured. Fortunately, the energy of the seven spirits was hidden within the seven chakras of the body, and demonic cultivators had top-notch control over their bodies. Using his blood essence to activate the demonic yuan, Han Shuo's consciousness unceasingly activated the energy of the seven spirits within the seven chakras. Strands of the energy of the seven spirits fused into his consciousness, recovering his injured consciousness little by little. Under Han Shuo's all-out effort, the recovery process of his consciousness did not take up too much time. After the demonic infant consumed a dozen or so drops of blood essence, the energy of the seven spirits was absorbed by his consciousness. With the replenishment of energy, the heavily injured Han Shuo's consciousness had completely recovered. When a demonic cultivator's consciousness was injured, as long as the physical body and demonic infant were not destroyed, it would not be difficult for them to recover. However, if the physical body and demonic infant were completely destroyed, the consciousness would have to choose a new physical body and spend several decades or even several hundred years to cultivate the new body into a demonic infant. Only then would the damaged consciousness be able to recover. As soon as his consciousness was restored, Han Shuo immediately woke up from his meditative state. His enormous consciousness abruptly spread out to spy on the situation in Sandro City. Chapter 457. Under the perception of Han Shuo's consciousness, Sandro City could be sensed by Han Shuo as long as the creature's strength was not higher than Han Shuo's. This was indeed the city closest to the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. Under the perception of Han Shuo's consciousness, there were believers of the Church of Light everywhere who carried divine energy. The entire Sandro City was filled with churches and numerous magical towers. A solemn and sacred energy filled every corner of the city. Wherever his consciousness passed, Han Shuo could sense experts appearing one after another. Han Shuo sensed the existence of a light sacred magus in Sandro City. Apart from this light sacred magus, all kinds of believers of the Church of Light could be found in every corner of the city. Among them, experts with profound strength could be found everywhere. As Han Shuo was slowly expanding his perception, he suddenly sensed a ripple-like divine energy coming from the sacred mountain of the Church of Light not far away from Sandro City. This divine energy that made one want to kneel and worship it made one feel calm and willing to submit to it. Under the influence of this divine energy, even Han Shuo, who was brimming with killing intent, felt as though he had laid down his butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Indistinctly, a kind of energy that penetrated deep into one's soul also followed. This energy that penetrated deep into one's soul carried some kind of intense bewitching power, making one feel as though they would forever kneel on the ground. Han Shuo let out a light snort. Shortly after, he withdrew his consciousness that was spying on Sandro City, concealing the aura on his body. The divine energy coming from the sacred mountain of the Church of Light might have the effect of enhancing the divine energy of some devout believers of light. However, to ordinary people, this divine energy carried an intense bewitching power, inducing them to throw themselves into the embrace of the Church of Light and treat the God of Light as their religion. As a heretic that the Church of Light was trying its best to eradicate, Han Shuo clearly understood what the bewitching power of this divine energy meant to the ordinary people. The Church of Light's actions were obviously not as open and aboveboard as they flaunted. After withdrawing their consciousness, the suffocating pressure that had been shrouding their bodies all along did not disappear. Starting from Tarag Canyon, the trio had traversed many cities along the way. However, the soul lock from the six-horned tribal king of the soul race never disappeared. By now, this suffocating pressure was growing stronger and stronger. Han Shoror could sense the soul race approaching rapidly. Ding! A crisp sound entered his ears. This was the warning sound of the demonic array. Only Han Shoror could hear it. Brian. The low voice came from the old monster, Statholm. From the sound of the old monster's voice, his body should have recovered a little. "He's here." Han Shoror answered and promptly removed the demonic formations around him. He opened the door and saw Statholm and Tiana standing outside. "He's coming." There was an unconcealable worry on the old monster's face. Even though he was prepared, the old monster was still worried that the future would not be optimistic when facing this terrifying six-horned tribal king. "We need to get to the vicinity of the Church of Light's sacred mountain at once. When he's about to arrive, we will immediately break into the sacred mountain of the Church of Light and let the six-horned tribal king appear on the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. Only when the two of them are mutually wounded will we have a chance." Tiana was still as graceful and elegant as ever. It was just that her expression was grave, indicating that she was just like the old monster, Statholm, full of worries. "Very well, let's go," Han Shoror answered without hesitation. The old monster, Statholm, and Tiana said no more. With Tiana leading the way, the trio quietly left Sandro City. The sacred mountain of the Church of Light pierced the clouds. When the trio arrived at the foot of the mountain, they raised their heads and gazed at the sacred mountain of the Church of Light that seemed to have pierced through the blue dome of heaven. A feeling of tranquility and peace spontaneously welled up in their hearts. This sacred mountain is 9,763 meters tall. On top of the sacred mountain lies the City of Light, which is protected by the most powerful experts of the Church of Light. We can first lurk halfway up the sacred mountain. When that six-horned tribal king is about to arrive, we will immediately rush to the peak of the sacred mountain. Tiana seemed to be very familiar with the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, she looked up at the sacred mountain and explained to Han Shoror and Statholm. Han Shoror and the old monster nodded at the same time. Tiana said no more. Seeing that the two understood, she led them and flew halfway up the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. "Follow me. Let's find a place where we can hide first. There are many experts of the Church of Light on the sacred mountain. There are two people who have the same strength as us, a light divine magus and a divine knight. In addition, there's that ancient saintess who has lived for who knows how long. Only if our whereabouts are exposed, perhaps we will be finished off by the Church of Light before the six-horned tribal king arrive." Tiana explained to Han Shoror and the old monster as they flew toward the sacred mountain. All three of them were extremely powerful demigod existences. Even though the sacred mountain was more than 9,000 meters in height, the trio was able to reach halfway up the mountain in an extremely short amount of time. When they arrived at the headquarters of the Church of Light, Han Shoror withdrew his consciousness and merely used his eyes to size up everything around him. As far as his eyes could see, Han Shoror discovered that starting from the foot of the mountain, the sacred mountain was filled with the buildings of the Church of Light. Many of the Church of Light's followers lived on this majestic mountain. From the foot of the mountain to the mountainside, Han Shoror saw many buildings. Tens of thousands of the Church of Light's followers lived on this sacred mountain. "This way!" Tiana shouted softly and led the two towards a precipitous cliff that jutted out halfway up the sacred mountain. This cliff jutted out from the mountainside, and behind it was a pitch-black cave. After Tiana landed on the cliff with Han Shoror and the old monster, they walked straight towards the pitch-black cave. As soon as they entered the cave, Han Shoror discovered that this pitch-black cave was not as gloomy as it appeared from the outside. On the contrary, there were a few magical lamps inside. The cave was extremely wide and was obviously artificially excavated. "Hey, elder sister Tiana, you've been here before?" Old Monster Statholm said to Tiana in astonishment as soon as they entered. No, but I feel like there's no one living here. Alright, we'll stay here for a while. I'll first release a spell to form a boundary to block our aura, Tiana replied casually. Han-Shoror and Statholm did not ask any further. They watched as Tiana stood at the entrance of the only cave, took out her azure magic staff, and slowly chanted a magical incantation. Suddenly, just as Tiana finished her incantation, her body abruptly flew out of the only cave like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, the incantation finally fell from her mouth. Extremely dense water elements instantly enveloped the only cave entrance. The lively water elements quickly condensed, and before Han-Shoror and Statholm could react, a 1-meter-thick chunk of ice blocked the only exit. Han-Shoror and Statholm, the old monster's expressions immediately changed. Statholm even roared, "Elder Sister Tiana, what's the meaning of this?" 2 hallowed auras rushed down from the peak of the sacred mountain without concealment. Within a few breaths, they arrived beside Tiana outside the cave. Separated by the solid ice that was as transparent as crystal, Han-Shoror could tell that one of them was dressed as a light priest and the other as a temple knight. They both looked very young. The 2 people who flew down from the peak of the sacred mountain did not conceal their frightening auras. Han-Shoror could immediately tell that they were the light divine Magus and divine knight that Tiana had mentioned earlier. They were also demigod existences. Tiana, you've done well. You can stay on the sacred mountain and fuse with the origin crystal of water in peace. Our Saintess will protect you from the persecution of that alien. The seemingly young temple knight said to Tiana with a gentle smile on his face. Bergson, that kid named Brian is the great heretic that you've been chasing. You can deal with him however you want. As for Statholm, I think as long as he hands over the crystal ball that contains the origin of fighting aura, you can spare his life. He has no conflict with your Church of Light. Tiana could not bear to see this happen and pleaded on the old monster's behalf. I'm sorry, I can't make the decision on this matter. Let's talk about it after I report it to the Saintess. The divine knight named Bergson shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, however, if Statholm is willing to swear fealty to the God of Light, then there will definitely be no problem. Han-Shoror and Statholm suddenly sensed a dense divine energy that had shrouded the cave's surroundings at some unknown time. On top of that, Tiana had frozen the only exit. It seemed that the situation had reached its worst state. Elder Sister Tiana, I really didn't expect you to do this. The old monster, Statholm, who was trapped inside, stared blankly at Tiana. His calm voice, however, carried an unconcealable fury. Statholm, I'm very sorry. Bergson and I are very good friends. You just have to hand over that crystal ball of fighting aura, and I'll think of a way to let you walk out of this sacred mountain alive. There was not a trace of guilt on Tiana's face. She was still as graceful and elegant as ever. A frightening aura suddenly approached rapidly from afar. The strange buzzing whistle was so loud that Han-Shoror and Statholm could hear it even though they were separated by layers of boundaries. At the same time, a melodious, gentle, and beautiful song rang out from the peak of the sacred mountain. A divine energy that only a god should possess fell in front of the cliff in an instant. Chapter 458. Han-Shoror and Statholm the old monster glanced at each other. They immediately understood that the Saintess of the Church of Light that Tiana had mentioned had arrived. The moment this expert, whom Tiana spoke of as possessing the true power of God, arrived in the area, Han-Shoror and Statholm felt as though they were immediately shrouded by a kind of muddy swamp-like power. Even moving seemed to be a little difficult. Domain of divinity. Both Han-Shoror and Statholm the old monster were aghast. That kind of power that made them want to prostrate themselves in worship and made it difficult for them to move was the power that only a true god should possess. It was a kind of power that only a true god should possess, a power that mortals could not look directly at. Saintess. The 2 demigod existences of the Church of Light kowtowed at the same time, their faces expressing the respect from the bottom of their hearts. Greetings, Saintess. Even Tiana performed a solemn salute, her expression solemn and respectful. From Han Shoror and Statholm's point of view, they could not clearly see the appearance of the newcomer. However, that kind of divine aura that blotted out the sky and covered the earth was enough to move one's heart and soul. There seemed to be melodies singing praises of the God of Light mixed in with the divine aura, reverberating in the depths of their souls. This kind of voice had the divine power to bewitch people's hearts. Accompanied by the singing, Han Shoror gradually lost the strength in his limbs. It was as though he was willing to throw himself into the embrace of the God of Light, to submit and never regret his allegiance. Not good. Han Shoror's heart trembled as he realized what was going on. By now, Han Shoror could be completely sure that the divine power from the sacred mountain that he had sensed in Sandro City previously came from this saintess of the Church of Light. It was only because of the distance last time, and the fact that the saintess' divine power covered the entire Sandro City, that Han Shoror did not feel any discomfort. However, now that this powerful godlike existence was right in front of them, the holy aura that was naturally released from the domain might not be targeted at Han Shoror and Wang Zhong, but because the range was reduced, the two of them still found it difficult to resist. Gradually, they felt the desire to sink into depravity. Many years of tempering his will using demonic arts had given Han Shoror an incomparably firm heart. With an unshakable rebellious heart, Han Shoror hid his consciousness within the Demon Slayer edge that was hibernating in his body. He used the Demon Slayer edge's endless desire to destroy to constantly stimulate his consciousness, allowing his consciousness to always remain clear and not sink into the domain of divinity. Get out. The old monster Statholm unsheathed his long sword, and a formless fighting aura reverberated within the sword hilt, emitting a strange sound. It was used to resist the corrosive influence of this godly power. Statholm's face was unprecedentedly solemn. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and even his breathing was a little unstable. It was obvious that he was using all his strength to resist. Buzz. Buzz, the howl of the six-horned tribal king of the soul race suddenly seemed to envelop the entire sacred mountain. An ice-cold, deathly still aura, devoid of a single shred of humanity, filled every region like an indestructible ice blade. The howl of the Soul Race King, which was originally extremely unpleasant to the ears of Han Shoror and Statholm, suddenly became incomparably pleasing to the ears. Because it was precisely because of the appearance of this howl that the saintess, whose appearance could not be clearly seen by Han Shoror and Statholm, released that divine energy that made one involuntarily want to sink into depravity, as if it was torn to shreds by a sharp sword, vanishing without a trace. What a terrifying power! The old monster Statholm breathed a sigh of relief, and exclaimed with lingering fear in his heart. Stop the intruders first. We'll deal with these two after the soul race has left. A gentle and sweet voice suddenly sounded from outside the cave, separated by thick layers of ice. Understood, Saintess. The three demigod existences, including Tiana, replied in unison. Whoosh! The green-skinned, python-tailed, six-horned tribal king of the soul race was the first to arrive at the cave entrance. As soon as this six-horned tribal king landed, the other 4 five-horned soul race tribesmen stood behind him in unison. There was no communication, not even any superfluous movements. A total of 5 soul race tribesmen, as soon as they arrived in this region, immediately attacked the few from the Church of Light who were blocking the cave entrance. A figure dressed in a snow-white robe suddenly appeared. It was the saintess, dressed in a white priestly robe. When she met the six-horned tribal king head-on, only then did Han Shoror and Statholm finally see the saintess whom they had been missing for a long time. It was a young and beautiful maiden. She had a pure, clean, and sweet smile on her face. Her appearance alone gave one a sense of flawless holiness. Coupled with the otherworldly temperament that was naturally released, it was as though this maiden was born to proclaim the holiness of the God of Light. Beautiful, holiness, and nobility. These were the most intuitive impressions that Han Shoror had of her. Disregarding Han Shoror's disgust towards the Church of Light, this beautiful young maiden seemed to have gathered all the advantages of a woman into one. Only the word perfect could barely describe such a flawless woman. The maiden who flew out from the side corner gracefully arrived before the six-horned tribal king. In her hand was a holy grail sparkling with dazzling holy radiance. Holy water was even gurgling within the holy grail. With a shake of the holy grail in her hand, an enormous force comparable to a mountain seemed to have enveloped the body of the six-horned tribal king. From the perspective of Han-Shoror and Statholm, they discovered that the body of the six-horned tribal king was obviously swaying along with the holy grail. Soon after, a strange howl came out from the mouth of the six-horned tribal king. Like a dragon soaring into the sky, his enormous serpent tail fiercely stabbed at the holy grail in the saint's hand at lightning speed. Clang! A dreadful sound seemed to have enveloped the entire sacred mountain. An aftershock that was hard to see with the naked eye violently shot out. As though it had been bombarded by a high explosive, the protruding cliff was unable to withstand the force and shattered with a loud bang. Crushed rocks the size of fists rained down below. It was as though the sacred mountain, which was more than 9,000 meters tall, was quaking. The bodies of Han-Shoror and the old monster Statholm, who were imprisoned in the center of the cave, swayed along with the tremors. At the same time, the four leaders of the soul race who came with the six-horned tribal king locked their inhuman green eyes on Tiana and the other two demigods. Almost as soon as the six-horned tribal king made his move, they had already begun to attack the three women. The sharp horns on their heads once again began to radiate with evil green light. Having suffered from it before, Han-Shoror immediately understood that it was an attack aimed at the soul. We should think of a way to leave. If we can't leave now, we won't have another chance. The old monster Statholm hastily said to Han-Shoror, his eyes glistening as he observed the earth-shattering battle that was separated by a layer of solid ice. How could Han-Shoror not be aware of the dire situation they were in? The Saintess had added a layer of divine energy to the cave's defenses. Even the solid rocks contained divine energy. The solid ice boundary deployed by Tiana at the entrance was similarly reinforced by the Saintess' divine energy. Even Han-Shoror had a feeling that he was at his wit's end. I can only try Metal Elite Zombie. Having made up his mind, Han-Shoror immediately summoned Metal Elite Zombie. As soon as Metal Elite Zombie appeared from the netherworld, under Han-Shoror's command, he attempted to dig a passageway using his manipulation of the energy of metal and stone. Clang! Clang! An odd sound suddenly came from beneath his feet. Han-Shoror turned his attention and saw Metal Elite Zombie make a helpless gesture at him and transmit a message. The stones here have some strange impurities. Their properties have been altered. I can't open a passageway. That damned Tiana. Han-Shoror cursed loudly. His face turned somewhat unsightly. It seemed that no matter when, he couldn't reveal his trump card. Previously, when he left the six-horned tribal king of the soul race, Tiana had seen Han-Shoror use the Earth Elite Zombie to dig a passageway to escape. This time, Tiana must have told the Church of Light about Han-Shoror's miraculous abilities. That was why the Saintess of the Church of Light had even concealed divine energy within the stone mountain. Since they had even blocked the passageway, they obviously wouldn't give Han-Shoror and Tiana the opportunity to escape using a spatial magic scroll. Under the influence of the domain of two divine experts, even a sacred magus of space would find it hard to escape using the Edict of Space, let alone Han-Shoror and Statholm who only had a spatial magic scroll. There's no other way. Seeing that Han-Shoror's zombie warriors were ineffective and hearing Han-Shoror curse Tiana, Statholm the old monster immediately understood. His heart sank and Statholm felt a sense of helplessness. Shaking his head, Han-Shoror forced a smile and replied, Tiana has sold us out. Even my trump card has been blocked. As he spoke, Han-Shoror's eyes were resolute. He had already started to ponder whether or not he should use the Omen blood disassembly to escape. Doing so might seriously injure Han-Shoror, but it was the only way out. Father, are you going to blast open this cave? It was at this moment that Metal Elite Zombie suddenly transmitted. Yes, but it seems hopeless. Han-Shoror casually replied. In his mind, he was still considering whether or not to immediately use the Omen blood disassembly to escape. As soon as Han-Shoror finished those words, Metal Elite Zombie suddenly took out the golden cudgel he obtained from the place of extreme metal. While Han-Shoror wasn't paying attention, the metal attribute treasure had slowly and crazily grown, turning into a huge pillar that reached the sky. Chapter 459. As the golden cudgel crazily grew, dazzling golden light filled the entire cave. The dazzling golden light finally attracted Han Shor's attention. He saw that the golden cudgel in Metal Elite Zombie's hand was propped against the solid ice deployed by Water Divine Magus Tiana and reinforced by the Saintess. Naturally, the golden cudgel that had turned into a towering pillar wasn't something that Metal Elite Zombie could tightly grip. However, although Metal Elite Zombie couldn't grip the golden cudgel tightly, he could activate the Yuan energy of metal in his body to control the golden cudgel. Manipulated by the Yuan energy of metal in the golden armored corpse, the golden cudgel that was said to be indestructible, the tip of the cudgel suddenly erupted with a terrifying force of impact. Under the watchful eyes of Han Shoror and Stratholm, the golden cudgel smashed through the ice like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The golden cudgel weighed hundreds of millions of kilograms. Except for Metal Elite Zombie, whose body was brimming with Yuan energy of metal, even Han Shoror couldn't wield it with brute force. It seemed that Metal Elite Zombie wielding the golden cudgel truly lived up to his reputation as the #1 expert in the metal attribute in battle strength. Even the layer of ice reinforced by the Saintess with divine energy could be forcibly smashed through with the golden cudgel. "Let's go." Stratholm the old monster was both surprised and delighted, and immediately shouted. Han Shoror, who was staring at Metal Elite Zombie in disbelief, immediately reacted upon hearing Stratholm the old monster's shout. After chanting an incantation, the complacent Metal Elite Zombie along with the golden cudgel were sent back to the netherworld by Han Shoror. "Let's go," Han Shoror replied. Like lightning, he and Stratholm the old monster flew out of the broken hole. Outside, Tiana and the others from the Church of Light were still engaged in a fierce battle with the soul race. Among them, that Saintess possessed truly terrifying strength. Her body seemed to be shrouded in an endless stream of divine energy. Holding that holy grail that was bursting with holy light, she was actually able to keep the six-horned tribal king at bay. Not good, they've broken through the hole and escape. The firm ice boundary at the cave entrance was laid out by the divine Magus Tiana. She had already sensed it the moment the firm ice boundary was broken. As soon as Han Shoror and Stratholm the old monster shot out from the inside, Tiana's cry of alarm rang out. However, at this time, whether it was the Saintess of the Church of Light or the three demigod existences, they were all fighting with the Soul Race clansmen. In a battle between experts of this level, unless one side had strength that far surpassed the other, they could not afford to be distracted in the slightest. Tiana's group of three dealt with the 4 5-point Soul Race clansmen. With the Divine Knight as the main attacker, Tiana and the Light Archmage constantly bombarded them with terrifying magic attacks. Although Tiana and the Light Archmage had deployed layers upon layers of defensive boundaries, they were clearly at a disadvantage against the four of them. Tiana let out a cry of alarm. Her cold attacks against the Soul Race clansmen slowed down a little. The pressure on the Light Archmage and the Divine Knight, who were already having a hard time dealing with them, multiplied. Among them, the Divine Knight was in a sorry state after being swept by 3 python tails, and was nearly seriously injured. Taking advantage of the fact that the few of them were occupied, Han Shoror and Stratholm the old monster did not hesitate at all. They transformed into long streaks of light and rapidly flew into the distance. They did not dare to stay on this sacred mountain for even a moment longer. Han Shoror and Stratholm the old monster ran extremely fast. Before anyone had the time to take a closer look at them, the two of them had already rushed out of this area. The Saintess of the Church of Light had placed all her energy on the 6-horned Soul Race clansmen. She dared not be distracted in the slightest. She could only watch helplessly as the two of them left. She had no spare time to stop them. As soon as Stratholm rushed out of the sacred mountain, he immediately yelled at Han Shoror, "Run!" Han Shoror obviously understood how bad the situation was at this time. He moved like lightning and followed closely behind Stratholm. However, compared to Stratholm, Han Shoror's face was a bit calmer. He was not as panicky as Stratholm. Once Han Shoror left that cave in the sacred mountain, he had plenty of ways to escape. In terms of flying speed, Han Shoror believed that even someone a level higher than him would not be able to catch up to him. In the worst-case scenario, Han could still use the transportation matrix that led to the cemetery of death to escape. Therefore, with these things to rely on, Han was not as anxious as Statholm. Following behind Statholm, the two escaped from the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. They did not enter Sandro City at the foot of the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. Instead, they took a detour and flew towards another city, Autury City. After entering Autury City, Statholm the Old Monster used the token in his hand to activate the transportation matrix. After passing through several transportation matrices, the two flew from the border of Odin Empire back to Brut Merchant Alliance. Finally, they appeared in Tariq City of Brut Merchant Alliance. As soon as they arrived at Tariq City, Han immediately sensed his location through a drop of blood essence in Elizabeth's brain. "Brian, it's all thanks to you that we could escape this time. I owe you a favor," Statholm the Old Monster said to Han as soon as they arrived at Tariq City. "You're welcome." Han replied with a smile. After a short pause, Han knitted his brows and asked, "The six-horned tribal king can sense our souls. What do you plan to do next?" Upon hearing this, Statholm the Old Monster put on a worried look. Under Han gaze, he finally let out a sigh and said, "I will immediately find a secluded place to fuse the origin crystal with my soul. Only after fusing the origin crystal with my soul will I be able to thoroughly shake off the soul race's pursuit. However, we don't know the specific situation at the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. If that six-horned tribal king of the soul race didn't suffer serious injuries in the battle with the Saintus and finds you while you're fusing with the origin crystal, you will have no choice but to die," Han said. "There's no other way. I can only take a gamble. If the six-horned tribal king were to find me midway, I can only blame it on my bad luck." The old monster sighed again, his face filled with helplessness. After hearing Statholm's words, Han didn't know what to say. This was truly a matter of helplessness. Han had a pretty good impression of Statholm the Old Monster. Although Han might become enemies with him due to the existence of the 7 Grand Duchies, from their interactions over the past few days, Statholm could be considered a straightforward and upright person. During the battle, he would constantly remind Han of the dangers. Unlike Han conjecture, he did not harbor any evil intentions because he was the city lord of Brettel City. "In that case, I wish you good luck," Han said to Statholm the Old Monster after shaking his head and letting out a soft sigh. "You too. I hope we will have the opportunity to meet again." "Hehe, it's a pleasure to meet you." Statholm the Old Monster seemed to have let go of the worries in his heart as he said with a hearty smile. Then, as if he suddenly recalled something, he hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Brian, after we separate this time, we may never have the chance to meet again. There's something I want to discuss with you. I hope you can agree on the account that we fought side by side." "Tell me about it first." Han furrowed his brows. He somewhat understood what Statholm wanted to discuss. "For many years, I have been the state preceptor of the Verdun dynasty. Now that the Verdun dynasty no longer exists and has been divided into the 7 Grand Duchies, I still have some feelings for the 7 Grand Duchies. After we part ways today, perhaps both of us will be hunted down and killed by the six-horned tribal king. Perhaps one of us will be able to escape this calamity, or perhaps both of us will be lucky enough to survive. If I survive, I will restrain the 7 Grand Duchies from ever encroaching on Brettel City. But if I die and you are lucky enough to survive, I hope you won't plunge the people of the 7 Grand Duchies into misery and suffering for my sake. Your Lancelot Empire and the Brut Merchant Alliance have always coveted the 7 Grand Duchies. I know that if I die, the 7 Grand Duchies will not be able to escape this calamity. If you are lucky enough to survive, the 7 Grand Duchies will certainly be swept to the ground by Brettel City. I don't beg you to stop, but I hope you can treat the citizens of the 7 Grand Duchies kindly." Statholm the Old Monster looked deeply at Han and pleaded earnestly. It was because Statholm had already prepared himself for death that he would say such a thing. No matter how one looked at it, Statholm's request wasn't excessive. As soon as Statholm's words fell, Han immediately nodded and said, "Rest assured, I will treat the citizens of the 7 Grand Duchies kindly. Han Shoror didn't know if Statholm the old monster would die, but Han Shoror knew that he would definitely be able to escape this calamity. Han Shoror had long had the intention to encroach on the 7 Grand Duchies. Even if Statholm the old monster was still alive, it wouldn't change his mind. Now, Statholm merely wanted Han Shoror to promise him that he would treat the citizens of the 7 Grand Duchies kindly. This wasn't excessive at all. Thank you. I will return to Stranglethorn Vale and make some arrangements. Afterwards, I will immediately find a place undetectable by ordinary people to fuse with the fighting aura origin crystal. I really hope that we will have the chance to meet again. Statholm the old monster laughed heartily and immediately left in a carefree manner. As soon as Statholm left, Han Shoror muttered in a low voice, I hope you can escape this calamity. Han Shoror only felt a kind of sympathy and respect for this demigod existence that had obstructed the Lancelot Empire's conquest for so many years. He sincerely hoped that he would have the chance to meet the old monster again. The old monster gradually disappeared from Han Shoror's line of sight. Han Shoror took a deep breath and quickly left, relying on his senses to find Elizabeth. Follow me. As soon as he saw Elizabeth, Han Shoror immediately instructed and brought Elizabeth back to Brettel City. Chapter 460. As soon as he arrived at Brettel City, Han Shoror introduced Elizabeth to Jack and the others. After giving them a few instructions, he immediately went to the secret chamber and activated the transportation matrix. As soon as he entered the cemetery of death, Han Shoror's body suddenly had a wonderful feeling. The dreadful pressure that had been following him like a shadow immediately disappeared without a trace. It disappeared. Han Shoror cried out in surprise. That dreadful pressure originated from the 6-horned tribal king of the soul race. Han Shoror could clearly feel it when he left Tarag Canyon. Then, as soon as Han Shoror entered the cemetery of death, he could no longer feel the pressure that had been weighing down on his heart. Walking out of the hall, looking at the pure white bones beneath his feet, then raising his head to look at the gloomy sky, Han Shoror suddenly understood what was going on. It seemed that the boundary that enveloped the entire cemetery of death had isolated the 6-horned tribal king's soul-sensing ability. As long as he stayed within the cemetery of death, Han Shoror believed that the 6-horned tribal king wouldn't be able to locate him at all. Before coming to the cemetery of death, Han Shoror had made many plans. He was even prepared to use the skeletal staff to escape into the netherworld as soon as he entered the cemetery of death. But now, it seemed that these plans were unnecessary. The mysterious boundary of the cemetery of death had directly resolved Han Shoror's worries. Cemetery of death, oh cemetery of death, just how many secrets are you hiding? Han Shoror couldn't help but sigh. To be able to block the 6-horned tribal king's soul-sensing ability was sufficient proof of the miraculous effect of the boundary that enveloped the cemetery of death. Poor Statholm. I wonder if he has left Stranglethorn Vale to cultivate in seclusion. But even if he is still in Stranglethorn Vale, the cemetery of death will not allow him to enter, Han Shoror thought to himself. With the threat of the 6-horned tribal king gone, Han Shoror felt much more relaxed. Then, he sat cross-legged in the mystical demon refinement area of the cemetery of death and took out the 3 spheres that he had plundered from his space ring. Of the 3 spheres, one was an origin crystal rich in the element of death, one was an origin crystal rich in the element of darkness, and the last one was emitting a destructive power that caused one's heart to palpitate. According to the old monster Statholm, only a paranoid person would be willing to fuse with this sphere of destruction. While escaping from the Church of Light's sacred mountain, Han Shoror had already asked Statholm the old monster about the detailed usage of the origin crystal. Now that everything was ready, Han Shoror held the 3 spheres in his hand and aimed at the origin crystal that was emitting pure death element. Grabbing the origin crystal that was emitting the element of death, Han Shoror slowly used his mental strength to enter the origin crystal. From the origin crystal, he sensed an incomparably enormous and clean energy of the element of death. Releasing his consciousness, Han Shoror tried to fuse the origin crystal into his consciousness according to the method Statholm the old monster had taught him. Suddenly, Something that Han Shao did not expect happened. His mental strength could clearly sense the enormity and miraculousness of those strands of pure death element. But when Han Shao tried to fuse his consciousness with this incomparably enormous energy of the element of death according to the method Statholm the old monster had taught him, his consciousness immediately locked up, not allowing even a tiny bit of the element of death to enter. His consciousness rejected the energy of the origin crystal, not allowing even a single strand of energy to fuse with his consciousness. He was unable to form the soul of element that Statholm the old monster and Tiana had mentioned. Han Shao's demonic infant had the miraculous ability to absorb many kinds of evil energies and transform them. But Han Shao's consciousness was so selfish that it would not allow even a strand of energy that was incompatible with demonic arts to fuse with it. Han Shao could clearly feel the rejection coming from his consciousness. That kind of exclusive energy made Han Shao understand the tyranny of demonic arts. Looks like I'll have to try the ball of destruction. Putting away the origin crystal that was rich in the element of death, Han Shao took out the sphere that was emitting an intense energy of destruction. Following the method Statholm the old monster had taught him, he tried to fuse the energy within the ball of destruction into his consciousness. His consciousness still rejected it. That enormous energy of destruction was still unable to flow into his consciousness. Naturally, it was unable to fuse with his consciousness. Han Shao had a bitter smile on his face. He held the origin crystal that was pure in the element of death in one hand and the ball of destruction that was filled with the enormous energy of destruction in the other. He thought to himself that he had spent so much effort to snatch these two spheres. Who would have thought that he would be unable to absorb them? It seemed like all his efforts were in vain. Within Han Shao's body, there were three most important things. One was the demonic infant located in his lower abdomen. The demonic infant was the source and foundation of demonic yuan, and was the foundation for the execution of demonic arts. The other two important things were located in the brain. The consciousness formed from the fusion of the three souls was the foundation of everything. Its importance was self-evident, and it was also what Han Shao relied on to survive. The last one was also located in the brain. Similar to the golden core of martial practitioners and the demonic infant of demonic arts practitioners, it was also the source of energy. Of course, there were still some differences between this place and the demonic infant. This region of the brain stored mental strength, and was also the key point for a grand magus necromancer like Han Shao to be able to cast necromancy magic. The most important of the three was of course the consciousness, which was what most people referred to as the soul. Within the consciousness were all of Han Shao's experiences and memories, all of his comprehensions, knowledge of demonic arts, and understanding of necromancy magic. The consciousness was the foundation and evidence that Han Shao was still alive. Han Shao's demonic arts had reached such a level that the fusion of the three souls to form the consciousness was the foundation for the advancement of demonic arts. Han Shao absolutely would not allow anything to go wrong with the consciousness. However, from the old monster Statholm's words, Han Shao knew that if one wanted to become a god in the field of magic, the soul must form the soul of element. Only then would the soul and elements reach the most perfect rapport, and only then would one have the deepest understanding of that type of magic. However, the soul of element was obviously a kind of evolution to the soul. This kind of evolution meant a change to the soul, and the soul was the most fundamental everything to a person. Unfortunately, his soul had already been transformed into the consciousness most suitable for practicing demonic arts. Unless Han Shao degenerated his consciousness to its original state, the origin crystal of element would really be of no use. No matter how one looked at it, when comparing demonic arts and necromancy magic, it seemed that demonic arts were more useful to Han Shao. Therefore, Han Shao would never give up on his demonic arts. Besides, Han Shao did not believe that he could not become a god without forming the soul of element. Therefore, after some consideration, Han Shao gave up on the origin crystal of pure element of death. The three spheres contained the three energies of death, destruction, and darkness. None of them was something that Han Shao could use. Placing the three spheres in front of him, Han Shao began to consider how to make the best use of these things that he had painstakingly obtained. After thinking for a while, Han Shao's mind lit up. He immediately summoned the little skull from the netherworld. This is for you. Take the energy inside and fuse it with your soul. This way, you will be able to make better use of the element of death in the netherworld. As soon as the little skull appeared, Han Shor immediately handed the origin crystal of pure element of death to the little skull. He also told the little skull the method of soul fusion. Thank you, Father. I can feel that this thing can bring me unimaginable benefits. It is the treasure of the undead creatures. I don't know what it can change me into, but I will definitely become stronger. Definitely. The little skull held the origin crystal of pure element of death. His purple demon eye emitted a strong light that no one dared to look directly at. Han Shor could feel his intense excitement and joy. That's good. I believe that you will become stronger, Han Shor said with a smile as he felt the little skull's irrepressible excitement. Father, with this, I will subdue the bone dragon. In our world, I think I will become stronger and stronger. My sphere of influence will expand 100-fold, Little Skull said ambitiously. All right, go. Immediately fuse this origin crystal of pure element of death with your soul according to the method I told you, Han Shor said with a smile. When the little skull nodded, he used a necromancy spell to send him back to the netherworld. Among Han Shor's companions, only Emily could use the origin crystal of darkness to its greatest extent. The others did not cultivate dark magic. It seemed that Emily would be ecstatic this time. With the origin crystal of darkness fused with her soul, there was no doubt that Emily's strength would advance by leaps and bounds. As for the orb of destruction, Han Shor racked his brains over and over again, but he still couldn't figure out how to use it. Looking at the orb of destruction in his hand, Han Shor understood that there were some differences between this orb of destruction and the origin crystal. Once one's soul fused with this boundless energy of destruction, that person would certainly become a maniac who only knew destruction. Holding the origin crystal of destruction in his hand, Han Shor stared at it for a long time. He didn't know what to do with it. Suddenly, a violent and boundless desire to slaughter surged from Han Shor's body. With a thought, the Demon Slayer edge suddenly fell from the back of Han Shor's neck into Han Shor's palm. Boundless resentment and the desire to slaughter overflowed from the Demon Slayer edge, filling the entire cemetery of death. In Han Shor's palm, the Demon Slayer edge's ferocious might overflowed to the heavens. A stream of blood glistened brightly, flowing on the Demon Slayer edge as if it had a life of its own. Han Shor understood that the true primary soul within the Demon Slayer edge had evolved and formed. From today onwards, the Demon Slayer edge would become a peerless demonic weapon in the truest sense of the word. Just as Han Shor was excitedly looking at the Demon Slayer edge, the Demon Slayer edge suddenly flew out from his right palm. Before Han Shor could react, the sharp point directly pierced into the ball of destruction that contained the enormous energy of destruction. While Han Shor was greatly shocked, something happened that left him dumbstruck. The primary soul that had just formed within the Demon Slayer edge had begun to fuse with the terrifying energy of destruction within the ball. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.